they were moving them out. They lied. If they move some out, they move them back in. Because we were notified, let me get to these names. We were notified that 2 sex offenders have just moved to this house. Miguel Beach, registered sex offender. This one, Carlos Rivera, sex offender, have moved into the house. So if they have, there's Chipka, if they have shut this down, they're lying to us. They're lying to us and creating further danger on the south side. This gets old for folks like Chipka. Rich, how the hell could they lie to us? Tell us they're moving all these sex offenders out, only to find out they're moving more in, sir. It's ignorant, man.
Oh, I know. It's unbelievable, actually, Marty. I don't know if we got stuck on a $1.5 billion between Pittsburgh Public and the city of Pittsburgh with no one in charge of keeping track of pedophiles.
It's true.
Especially when we have a school 1 mile away.
It's true.
Arlington School K through 8.
And Rich, I thought they said they were closing this down, man, so they lied?
Apparently, they got on Facebook and all this saying they took care of this, took care of that, and nothing's taken care of.
Well, not only is it not taken care of, they're moving guys in there, brother.
Yeah. Yep.
And do you subscribe to my belief that they cannot be fixed, sir? I mean this. They can't.
Well, all the studies say, no matter what you do,
right,
they're going to do it again.
Right. And for you personally, it just compiles your aggravation with the city unable to acknowledge the facts that they're not addressing these pedophiles living in this house. Yes, sir?
It's true, Marty. I mean, we have the city of Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh Public Schools, $1.5 billion cost the taxpayers every year. And not one person's in charge of keeping track of pedophiles. But we have plastic bag inspectors. We got a $6 million study to tell us what needs to be done in Pittsburgh. We got $4 million worth of bureaucrats on the mayor's office down there. And how much money was spent on stop the violence, and violence hasn't stopped at all in the city of Pittsburgh if you watch TV every night.
Well, without getting into the minutia of it or exposing any big story, there are some developments in some of these grants that were made during the Gainey administration. And I know you're aware of this, but we'll leave it at that, sir. But folks are finally shining a light on some of that. Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Without getting into the details.
Yes, it is, yeah.
My man, this has to stop. Thank you for pointing out the truth, my man. Truth to power, Rich Chipka. My man, thanks.
Thank you, Marty.
He's right. They cannot be fixed. This guy, who was just arrested, who literally has his own name, the Flasher. It was so prevalent in Riverview Park. They saw him so many times, they gave him a damn name, the Flasher. Was just released from a sex offense in Texas and registered in 2025. What year is this? 2026. And now he's back at it again with a fury. Disgusting.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We had a furnace guy, a stranger, come to our house, and he said it would be $300 to fix a part that was broken. This is a true story. I called two of these people, 2D Mechanical. They came to the house, fixed the part, didn't need to replace it. They're that good. They're that professional. 2D Mechanical works to make you happy. The best service, the best training, the best pricing I've ever seen in my life. 2D Mechanical, 412-771-4100. Check them out.
Serving Allegheny County for 50 years and supporting survivors of crime, Center for Victims invites you to its Lighting Candles in the Darkness Gala, Thursday, April 9th. It's an evening honoring hope, healing, and resilience. Visit centerforvictims.org.
Giant Eagle and Odyssey are committed to supporting Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Donations can be made at any Giant Eagle register through May 20th or anytime by visiting KDKA-radio.com.
I know two women that both graduated from CCAC with nursing degrees have no debt. No debt. Folks, right now, CCAC is ready for spring semester classes. 130 different programs. My daughter's best friend transferred 2 full years of credits from CCAC with $2,000 in debt. That's it. Folks, it's the place to go for 130 programs. CCAC rocks. They get it. Hey, folks, appliances are big purchases. Mistakes can quickly become expensive. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Pittsburghers have trusted Voss for decades because they do right by people. The Voss family and their entire team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's unacceptable to have sex offenders released from prison in Texas and sent to Pennsylvania. Put them on a list and saying they're cool. And the guy's in Riverview Park pleasuring himself in front of young girls multiple times. That cannot be fixed. It cannot be fixed. Hey, tell me I'm biased, fine, but do some research. No, do some research. They cannot be fixed. They cannot be fixed. And so having them within a mile of a school and telling us that they closed that house, it's gross. And I've talked to doctors before. They get these people in therapy for 20 years. They can't fix them, which is why I go back. You might think it's hype, but I go back to that. I'd feel better knowing a guy had done time for bank robbery in my neighborhood than having a sex offender. Scary, man. Scary as hell. And to have them that close to school and to lie to us. Patrick, when did we do this piece that they promised they'd shut this house down with 12 sex offenders on the south side?
Just shy of a month ago.
So a month ago they told us they'd shut down this house. What's the address again? It is 2822 Salisbury Street, Pittsburgh, Salisbury. And so they told us that they had a dozen sex offenders, and the property owner said, oh, we're going to move them a month ago. I don't know if some moved, but 2 just moved in. Miguel Beach, rape. Guy raped someone. He's in there. Neighbors are getting notifications. Carlos Rivera, sex assault. He moved in. Huh? So they're lying. And think about a lack of a comfort level with this. So using the case of the guy that they just arrested in Riverview Park, young girls identified him in a lineup. And using the case of the legal system and how it usually works. Usually on a case like this, the flasher is what he's called. They showed a photo lineup to a bunch of young girls, and it was him. The cops, now what happens? Huh? Well, historically, with these kind of charges, they set bond, and he's out again. Now, look at his history. Released from prison in Texas as a sex offender. Somehow ends up in Pittsburgh. Somehow ends up in Riverview Park, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 victims. All right? And exposing himself to females. 30-year-old black male wearing black sweatshirt, long dreads in his 30s. Cops snag him. Good work, Pittsburgh police. They searched his vehicle. Wow. Found an open jar of coconut oil and body lotion in the back. Not to be disgusting and vile, but he was using coconut oil as a lubricant. Not to get vile, but trying to make you understand or comprehend that this guy's sick. What's my point? If he gets out, if a woke judge sees him, he'll get ROR'd, released on his own recognizance. He'll be back on the streets. And what do you think he'll be doing in a couple days? Now, if his life pattern continues, he'll either be back in Riverview Park or he will take his Chevy Equinox with New York registration and drive somewhere else and pleasure himself in front of young girls with coconut oil. Why? Because the system kicks him. Because he's not a dangerous sex offender. But sure he is. What if that's your daughter in the park? What if he decides to be more aggressive? This is where we're at with the criminal justice system that allowed him to bounce from Texas. And I wonder what he did in New York, if he has New York registration. And I wonder if he gets out of jail. Now, Gene Riccardi, I texted him. He's the judge on the case. And he said he was being arraigned at 10:30 this morning, 4 cases, and that he denied bond. Good. Good, Gene Riccardi. There's a judge that gets it. Dangerous stuff, folks.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 32 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Questions over the release of video in the fatal December 2025 incident involving 13-year-old Terrell Byers on Kennywood Boulevard sparked protests and angry comments at Tuesday's West Mifflin Borough Council meeting. Attorney Fred Rabner, representing Byers' mother, Naomi White, tells KDKA Radio the district attorney is not required to release the video because no lawsuit has been filed.
We could get impatient at some point and file a writ against the motorist and seek a subpoena to get it ourselves, which we may do. We're trying to let them work through the process and work hand in hand with them.
Radner says if the investigation doesn't move forward, they plan to use civil subpoena power to obtain the video as well as other evidence. City Council votes to postpone talk on creating a vehicle trust fund, but the bill's prime supporter says it's not going away. News Radio KDK's David Bollerado has more.
Councilmember Barb Warwick called for delaying action on creating a trust fund for at least 6 weeks. That's so the budget reopening process the mayor announced last week can move forward. But Warwick says the state of the fleet is so bad that the city controller pointed out that in some cases, the city spends more on repairs than the vehicles initially cost.
This is not like a blame game. This is, Mayor O'Connor is new, right? So this has fallen in his lap. However, he is the mayor, and it is this administration's job to solve this problem, right? And it is also our job.
Warwick says creating a trust fund is the best way of addressing the issue so the money can't be shuffled into other budgetary needs. Coincidentally, council gave its okay in that same meeting to a $6,300 repair bill for City Police Durango. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
City Council member Deb Gross is raising concerns about technology the city uses and what happens with the information it gathers. Gross raised the issue today before council approved spending close to $3,000 on plate readers. That's after she learned the information gathered by the technology could be turned over to outside agencies. While that does not include federal law enforcement, she is concerned about data harvesting.
So I am working on legislation with the administration and with IMP about kind of updating what we have that's currently in the books and also raising awareness about these kinds of technologies.
She says she wants the city to be forthright about what's going on and where the information is going that it collects. Police are investigating after an LED sign in Kennedy Township was hacked with racist messages. It happened at a restaurant that's about to open, Mama Lena's Firehouse Grill. The restaurant says it shut down the sign as soon as they were notified, and steps have been taken to prevent a future incident. In a message, Mama Lena says they are cooperating with authorities and apologize for any confusion or offense. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 438 points, the Nasdaq down 189, the S&P 500 down 49 points. KDK Radio News Time, 1:32. Our next update is 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDK Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody.
Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the rest of today, intervals of clouds and sunshine with a couple of late-day flurries, high 37. Some flurries early tonight, remaining cloudy later tonight, though 30 to 34. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a spotty afternoon shower, high 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, the last full day of winter, and March Madness begins. Did you fill out a bracket? Bill Hillgrove will help tomorrow at 8.
I've seen it all twice, and with the weather, we've seen it all at least twice. Mary Hours, my friend, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Kind of weird, Mary, what's happened. The swings and the ice and snow and the 70 degrees and the winds. Kind of bizarre, right? Right?
It has been wild. It has been so wild. I mean, I haven't seen 60s and 6 inches of snow in a day in my career, but it has happened in the past years ago. So, yeah, first time it happened in the 2000s, but I think the last time it happened, I was probably 5 years old.
Hey, and Mary, I was talking to Ray about this. Were there 16 hours of really high winds? 16 hours? Insane.
Yeah, I think Du Bois, their peak wind gust was 75 miles per hour.
Whoa.
And when you put that into perspective, yeah, like a Category 1 hurricane is starts at 74 miles per hour. So they were that strong. I mean, I still think there might be some people without power. I know yesterday there
We
was.
just had a woman on the air. 89 years old. Yeah.
Oh.
It's horrible.
See, that's rough. I hate
It's rough
that.
as hell. It sucks. And, you know.
Yeah.
And, Mary, I saw some of your video. There are trees down everywhere. And Mary, if that tree falls in your yard, you got to pay for that, man.
You do? Oh, you see,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you do. Yeah, you do.
If
Yeah,
it falls
you
in
do.
your
That's
house,
why
you have a
I
shot.
don't ever like to wish for storms.
Hey,
It's
Mary, if your neighbor's tree falls from their yard onto your house, it's your responsibility.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
So are we past it? The craziness?
We're past it. I don't think we're going to see winds that strong. So, I mean, for the month so far, it's been so wild. I mean, from tornado warnings, when I was on air with you, that day was crazy. And I was like, they're going to, like, we didn't have a tornado warning, but we knew it was coming. And thankfully, no confirmed tornadoes. But
hold on.
I mean,
I want to interrupt you. I want to interrupt you. This is how good you are. This is how much you care about people. Mary ran into the newsroom because she loves people and knows what the hell she's talking about. And for the first time, my wife heard someone say, "Get away from the windows." You were that worried, right?
I do. I'm a very play it safe. I'm rather safe than sorry. I think I'm a little like scared from, remember when we had the DeRay show?
Oh, yeah.
It like the whole building shake. I knew it wasn't going to be that strong, but like a tornado warning in Pittsburgh, I was like, just be safe. Who knows if something could fly through? I'm sure it wouldn't break our windows, but still just get away from the windows just to be safe, because I just always think of, I think it's just the mom in me. I always think of all those Final Destination scenarios and like think of the worst that happens. Since I become a mom, I feel like I always think of that
Oh,
stuff.
I love
But
that
yeah, I
you
was
care,
like,
and you're so good at it. And your whole team they just kick ass. So where are we headed now?
so we're headed. I mean, first day of spring is Friday.
Uh-huh.
Yay. This
Yeah.
weekend, we're looking at the 60s, maybe touching 70s.
Okay.
So I can't wait to put my patio furniture out.
Uh-huh.
We do start to get a little bit cooler into the upper 40s next week. But after today, it finally warms up again. So we should touch 50 tomorrow. It's just a little bit colder today.
Mary, fantastic job during the storms. You guys are the rocks, all of you, rock stars, and it really is helpful. That television picture, all red. Woo! The whole thing was red, Mary, during the warnings.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. And I know the first thing that people were worried about, as me too, as a mom, I had the conversation with Vivi that morning. I was like, hey, if there's a tornado warning, just want you to know, you just go to the basement. This is what you guys plan for. But what's really cool is mommy's tracking it and mommy's on air. So I can call your school and tell the teacher, hey, make sure you're in the basement. So I was telling her that. And then what happens? Vivi didn't have to go to the basement, but other schools did in the Pittsburgh area. And I'm like, I mean, it's just something you have to talk to your kids about, but make sure, I always say, don't be scared, be prepared.
Good for you. Mary Hours, you're the best. Thank you, Mary.
Oh, thanks, Marty. See
He's
ya.
amazing. And 'tis a fine day to have my Lance O'Brien. My man, you get just hammered yesterday, didn't you? Hammered on St. Patty's Day.
No, I
Hammered.
didn't. I didn't.
My grandfather was from Ireland, Galway, was in the Irish Republican Army, had to be smuggled to America. My uncles went over there, this is truth, about 15 years ago, and they unearthed, because his gun was buried, and they brought it back to the States, and it's on the mantle in my uncle's.
That's pretty cool.
No, that's freaking cool.
Yeah, that is.
But my man had a still in his bathroom in Shadyside on Claiborne Street. My grandfather, I love the Irish, man.
Yeah, I didn't get hammered yesterday, so.
I didn't have, Patrick got wasted during the show. Hammered.
He's not flashing anyone, is he?
Hammered. So, this fraud we're seeing in hospices and across the country, and then Dr. Oz. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit last week, right, because of the increase of the Part B premium. Well, this just broke in the last couple days, where there's been widespread fraud around hospice, which, think about that in and of itself. Like, what could be the worst place to do it? Because somebody's basically end of life, and you're taking advantage of them. But what's happening, Marty, like, there was a couple articles. One that was the breaking news, a lot of it in California, but it's not just secluded to that area. But then Dr. Oz, the director of CMS, Health and Human Services, was talking about the crackdown on it. And it's just crazy, that basically what they're doing, Marty, is they're getting a hold of their Medicare card information, even though they might not be in hospice, and they're actually entering them into the system, collecting the benefits or the payments from Medicare, and then, just moving on. It's insane.
I'm seeing this. They found it just about every hospice care center in California.
Yeah, it was over 50% of them, and they had to shut a ton of them down.
So they're all criminal enterprises. Huh?
It's baffling to me, really, and why it's important to me is it's like, well, how do we avoid it, right? Like, there's always going to be criminal actors out there, right? And they're always looking for the next step. It's funny because like 7 or 8 years ago, Marty, the Medicare card used to have your Social Security number on it, which was a really bad thing when you think about it, right? Because what do they always tell you about your Social Security card? Don't put it in your wallet, right? Don't carry it around with you. So they changed it back in 2015, 2016 to have a Medicare, an MBI is what they call it, but Medicare Beneficiary Identifier. So it's a whole new number now. It's a mix of letters and numbers to curb some of this fraud. But now all they're doing is they're getting a hold of the card, and they're using the information off of that to act like people need hospice when they don't really need it.
This is sick. Lance O'Brien, MediConnect. California, Los Angeles County, a 1,500% increase in hospice companies since 2010. More than 6 times the national average, ripping people off. Woo!
It's messed up, man. It's messed up. Because if you believe all the reports, which I think there is some truth to it, Medicare is teetering a little bit, right? So now when you got people taking advantage of it, that doesn't help it, right? Like it ruins it even more. And, for me, the one thing I would say about all this is if you're listening today, treat your Medicare card like you treat your credit card.
Wow. So let me make a point about, we've discussed this. My father-in-law is 80. And when people turn 80, things change. Your capacity to understand the things you're doing. Got flood insurance for a house that is in a floodplain. Bought $1,000 worth of supplements over the phone.
Yep.
Has several thousand in credit card charges that he does not know where they came from. Now, this is a brilliant man who had one of the most successful businesses I've ever seen. But what happens is our acuity, right, changes. And seniors become particularly vulnerable, which would why they would be perfect targets for this, right?
Yeah, they're really the worst target. And my daughter used to work at a bank, and she said that it's awful every day. There's people coming in and they're saying, I got to withdraw money for this and that. It's just so sad, really, So like treat that Medicare card basically like your credit card, which is you don't give your credit card information out to anybody, especially if they call you or contact you. The only way I'd ever give my Medicare card information to someone over the phone is if I called them because I already knew them and I was doing something.
But let me say this, because you're right. However, most of the folks don't even remember doing this. This is why my wife has been amazing in that she is now in all the documents. So every day she says, damn, my father called this. You have to have someone watching over you, don't you, sir?
You do. And here's a story. My mom, unfortunately, passed away 10 years ago, but I remember going home to visit her one Thanksgiving, and I walk into her room, and she's in there, and she's on the phone with this computer tech guy, and he's saying, you got to download this, you got to download that, and she's doing it. And I'm just like, my mom was a head bookkeeper for a visiting nurses association. I mean, she was a smart lady, knew numbers, understood it all, but yet she didn't know the technology, so she was going off of what this expert told her, right? And that's where I think they look for the areas where they know that maybe the senior doesn't have the expertise, and they try to take advantage of that.
Hey, to your point, wow. In L.A. County, 700 of the 1,800 hospices were cheating.
What? That's bad ratio, man. Woo! Like, where do you send your dying loved one?
I don't know.
Like that, it's horrible, honestly. There's not another word for it. It's just really horrible.
Can you hang?
Yeah.
Wow, it's important stuff.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
At Perry Calder, the law firm, they have AI, all right, but it's attorney intelligence. John Perry is one of my close friends. I have brought family and friends into his office. They have doctors on staff to investigate some of the biggest settlements in Pennsylvania. They care and they win. At Perry Calder, they make sure that you're taken care of. Perry Calder, 412-281-4200. Perry Calder, 412-281-4200. AI, all right. Attorney intelligence. Check them out.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready? You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. James from Lower Borough was so happy with the roof work NASCO did in his home that he had them do his mother's roof as well. James loved NASCO's quality work and appreciated NASCO working with his insurance company to get everything approved. NASCO has satisfied thousands like James. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions. No one has more hands-on experience in the window fashions world than I do. My draperies are made right here in Pittsburgh. I will exceed your expectations, and I can meet your budget. Those are just a few reasons to call me at 724-933-5500 or simply book a free shop-at-home appointment at nestexpressions.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. To find its next provost, Carlow University didn't have to go far. Today, Carlow officially named Rhonda Manabel as provost and vice president for academic affairs. Manabel's been serving in the role on an interim basis since the fall of 2023, in addition to serving as dean of the College of Health and Wellness. Manabel came to the Pittsburgh region and Carlow in 2022 to lead the College of Health and Wellness. Also, Alcoa is nearing a deal to sell one of its properties for a potential data center as part of a strategy to sell between $500 million and $1 billion in assets over the next 5 years. Alcoa has at least 10 former industrial sites, whether they're closed production plants or mines, that the Pittsburgh-based company said last year it would focus on divesting from by 2030. Alcoa hasn't disclosed where it plans to sell these sites. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to pittsburghbusinesstimes.com.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So I want to stay on this subject. We're with Lance O'Brien with MediConnect, who's become a good friend, and he's a wealth of knowledge. And he told this story about his mom on the phone. In my mind's eye, I see myself going into my mom's house, and she's on the phone BSing with some stranger, some jackass telemarketer who's trying to scam her and tells me he's a nice guy. And I have gone into homes with Patrick with a camera because an elderly person has lost $200,000 because they got sucked into some scam. So here's my point. There's a couple things. Number one, if you can, you have to have once you become in your 70s, you have to have someone to watch over you. Isn't that fair?
100% agree with that. Right. That's why we encourage people. They'll be like, sometimes my kid wants to sit down on the appointment. We're always thumbs up on that.
Well, this is my second point. Because a lot of folks don't, because their kids are in L.A. or
yeah.
I'm just a woman that recently fell down her stairs and died. Died alone. Her kids find out because one of them was in Hawaii and the other one was in South Carolina. They don't live here. A stranger called them. If you don't have someone there, you got to have someone you can call, you can trust. And I know you're a business. However, your people know what they're talking about, and they can answer questions, and they want to.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the biggest thing when it comes to Medicare or really any subject is find someone that you can trust, right? Because that's where it's all at. Because unfortunately, there are bad actors, right? You know, and you have to make sure that you're working with someone that is going to make sure
who knows what they're doing.
Yes,
Hold on, man. The most significant story you've told. Tell us about the guy who was paying for Medicare for like 10 years and wasn't supposed to. What was that?
Yeah, so basically when he turned 65, he had heard that if you don't sign up for Medicare at 65, you're going to get a penalty.
Right.
So he enrolled in Medicare A and B, which Medicare Part B has a monthly premium. 10 years ago, it was about $150 a month. Now it's $200. So he's paying that every month for all of those 10 years. Well, his wife was still working, and his wife had insurance, and he was on her insurance. So he didn't have to enroll in Medicare. Why didn't they tell him that? What's that?
Why didn't they tell him that?
He didn't ask. That's the problem. He didn't.
This is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, he didn't ask. He didn't know who to go to, because he was a little bit skeptical anyway, right, about all things government and insurance and all of that. But he never asked, and because he didn't ask, he cost himself $25,000.
To my original point. Ask someone that knows.
Yeah, which was really sad because one of the first things that he said when I walked into his house was, we don't really have a lot of money. We can't really afford to pay a lot extra for coverage.
See, that hurt.
So he's already saying that, and he just, really flushed that down as well. And that is heartbreaking to me, right? Like, you shouldn't, it is very confusing for people.
Hell yes.
And you shouldn't penalize yourself because you don't know what you're doing, right? Because that only adds a layer of challenge to your fixed income, whatever it might be, right? Like, talk to somebody who knows what they're doing, right? And, I want to go back to this because I think this is so important. Like, you shouldn't be carrying your Medicare card in your wallet. Now, I know that there's some people that are listening right now, and they're like, well, I have a Medigap, which if you have a Medigap, Margie, Medicare is primary. So you have to show that Medicare card when you go to the doctors, but you know this as well as I do. Generally, when you go to the doctor, what do they do with the card? They photocopy it, right? Yep. They take a copy of it so it's on file. So that when you go in, they're going to ask you, did your insurance change? Well, your Medicare didn't change. So get your card on file and then get it in your safe.
Thanks, my man. Call someone that knows and have somebody watch over you, please.
We're only 36 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Have you been to the Drive-By Fish Fry? Hofstadt's famous Drive-By Fish Fry. My boy JK, the Oakmont Restaurant King. He did it this time. Hofstadt's, Oakmont, Fridays, noon to 6. Fish sandwich, mac and cheese, coleslaw. It's the Drive-By Fish Fry at Hofstadt's. Check it out. Noon to 6 every Friday. I'm going to tell you something. It's absolutely delicious. Drive-by fish fry, Oakmont.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 31 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. There are new developments in the death of a teen hit by a vehicle on Kennywood Boulevard in December of 2025. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the story.
Attorney Fred Rabner, representing Naomi White, the mother of Terrell Byers Jr., tells KDKA Radio witnesses said the vehicle that hit the teen appeared to be speeding.
That they were swinging around other vehicles. There's been other witness testimony that potentially they were racing on the highway, and we believe there might have been another vehicle involved.
And Attorney Rabner shared a new detail about the woman linked to Byers' death.
Doesn't appear to have insurance, which is shameful in and of itself for her and her husband. And if I have to sue them individually and take everything they own in life, I'll do that.
The fatal incident has sparked protests and angry residents demanding answers at last night's West Mifflin Borough Council meeting. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
ICE agents were active Tuesday morning in Cranberry Township. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has details.
The agents were seen detaining people near Walmart on Route 19 and an apartment complex behind Costco. A social media post from Frontline Dignity includes video of Butler County Sheriff's vehicles at the scene. In a news release, ICE confirmed 36 undocumented immigrants have been detained with help from the Sheriff's Office since November. Sheriff Mike Sloop told KDKA's Marty Griffin,
most of these people have already been deported once or twice, and they still come back. I don't blame them, but you got to do it the legal way.
Officials say they had previous arrests for crimes such as failure to obey law enforcement or organized violent crime. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
A Robinson Township defense contractor was convicted Tuesday of wire fraud and failing to file tax returns. Donald Smith was found guilty of selling the Pentagon non-conforming parts for ships, submarines, and missile launchers and didn't file corporate tax returns for 2020 to 2024. Government prosecutors said Smith made $500,000 by selling the military lower quality parts. A sentencing date has not yet been set. City Council once again looks at the controversial comprehensive plan. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
This time to table the canceling of 2 contracts associated with the plan. City Council member Anthony Coghill, a critic of the initial $6 million price tag, says this is after the Heinz Endowment's gift and the previous give back will save the taxpayers at least $1 million. Chief of Staff Dan Gilman says the Heinz money will go directly to the consultants.
At the end of the project, when it's closed, we will close out the contract that are the subject of the bills today, and we will be able to close it out with over $1 million left in them that will then go back into the general fund to address our financial needs.
Councilmember Deb Gross raised concerns about how much of the money went to consultants when similar plans in like-sized cities were done mostly in-house. Gilman says to flush the money down the toilet now would be a tragedy. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 428 points, the Nasdaq down 132, the S&P 500 down 41. KDK Sports, Penguins road trip continues. A matchup with Carolina tonight. Puck drop at 7. But there's some good news. Sidney Crosby will be back after missing the last 11 games with a lower body injury. Puck drop at 7. KDK Radio News Time, 2:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits, 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Right now, partly sunny and 31 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Time for more of those magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut bone-in pork loin chops or roast for $2.49 a pound,
In the produce department, easy to peel wonderful halos, 3-pound bags, $3.99 each. In our deli department, available every Friday, Coon's Batter Dipped Fish Sandwiches, $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, Fiora 12 Roll Bath Tissue, $3.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
What's up, gang? It's Pavel Schley with Schley Deck and Fence. Today I have two of my girls with me. I'm super excited to tell you that we have named two of our top fences after my two girls. The Ellie.
That's me. It's a semi-privacy, 6-foot-tall white vinyl fence.
And the Abby.
That's me. It's a 4-foot white vinyl yard fence, almost as tall as me.
Don't wait to get the outdoor space you've been dreaming about and you've been putting it off for years. You know it. Call Schley Deck and Fence, SHLY.company.com.
I'm feeling the taste of a chocolate-covered peanut butter egg, potato chip egg, caramel pecan egg. Oh, wait, maybe a fruit and nut egg. Now that I have your attention, hi, it's Nan Cohen for Dorothy's Candies. When it comes to the Easter holiday, it has to be Dorothy's. Visit the store in White Oak, shop online at dorothy'scandies.com, or call 412-678-2723. One bite, and you'll know it's Dorothy's Candies. dorothy'scandies.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy through the rest of this afternoon and not as cold with a couple of flurries, high 37. Still some flurries into early this evening, otherwise mostly cloudy, low 34. Clouds, maybe a stray rain shower tomorrow, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Hello to you. Some housekeeping issues. NASCO Roofing, instant access to all our shows just a click away. Email us, instantaccess@kdkaradio.com. I'm with you till 5 today. Here's why. I got a very important meeting I need to make right up at 6 o'clock, and I need to get there. So Michael Bartley will pinch hit the last hour of the show. I thank him a lot for that. I understand I was made aware by David Ballarado just before the show. I'm a big hit on Reddit. I'm a big hit there. I guess here's the deal with that. The more people who regularly visit and post on Reddit dislike me, the more I know that I'm doing this show right. Think about that for a minute. The more that audience can't stand me, the more I know I'm doing exactly what I set out to do. So, fire away. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. Little later on in this hour, not too long from now, about half hour from right now, I am thoroughly intrigued by Tamira Rush's report on that accident that was by Kennywood, because we've got muddied down by that protest over the weekend, and we should have. But we seemingly forgotten about the core issue here, which is a 13-year-old kid is dead, and he got run over. So what's the happenings with all of that? I'll speak to Tamira, one of my favorite people in the world, in just a little bit. By the way, listen for the Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. All right. This happened yesterday toward the end of my show. It came down. It was an announcement. And we didn't really cover it, but I want to talk to you about this. So, Pittsburgh Public Schools, they've announced their plans for the NFL Draft. The district will hold asynchronous, they're going to have classes from April 22nd to the 24th, asynchronous classes. Do you know what asynchronous classes are? That's simple. That means that, you have online classes, but there's no set time to meet. You just get a bunch of work, they send it home, and you kind of report back via the internet. So the district will hold those classes. Students will complete assignments provided by their teachers using digital platforms and instructional materials for 3 days, April 22nd through the 24th. And this comes as the city prepares to see, some people say 750,000 visitors. Now, for his part, Wayne Walters, who's a superintendent, says, our priority is maintaining continuity of learning while recognizing the extraordinary circumstances the city will be experiencing during the NFL Draft. Transitioning to asynchronous learning allows us to support students academically while helping families navigate the logistical challenges expected across the region. Now, Pittsburgh Public Schools has also made adjustments to PSSA testing, which are set to happen at that time. So this is just one shoe to drop. One big change. Don't come to school. School will come to you. Most kids, I think, will probably blow it off by and large, or at least a decent chunk. But it gets into a bigger issue at 866-391-1020. Certainly a cash-strapped city and region needs cash, right? It's cash-strapped. Bring it to us. As we get closer to this draft, are you at all concerned or worried or have looked at it like this? I wonder how much it'll mess up my day-to-day, right? Because now you have a school, okay? A big public school system, a gigantic one. Looking at this and going, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of draft week. Don't even think about traveling around. It's going to be too tough, going to be too hard, going to be too cumbersome, going to be a logistical nightmare. So what's going to happen is we'll email you a couple Simons. Maybe on Tuesday on your way out the door, we'll give them to you in paper form. You figure it out. You do them. We'll go over them with you. But here's the last thing we want. You coming to school. Oh, why? Too many people in town. It's too crowded. Nobody goes there anymore. You know, the old Yogi Berra stuff. So with this, it doesn't begin and end with the Pittsburgh Public Schools. And make no mistake, I don't blame them. As much as kids, especially in that district, need to be in school, they also don't need this headache. But that's the cost of doing business. And here's where it waterfalls to you at 866-391-1020. Not everybody works from home. Not everybody's going to have everything canceled. Your kids still might have dance class or baseball practice, or you might want to go to this or that or the other thing. Are you at all concerned that this is going to throw a big wrench into your life? And there's another thing, too. I like the NFL. My son loves the NFL. We generally watch as a family, especially after NASCAR season is over. We get real into it, right? But there's also a lot of people that don't like football. That's just the long and short of it. They might like the Steelers, but they don't like football in totality. I think there are people who look at this and go, man, yeah, sure. It's going to bring in some money, but like, I got to ride the Pat bus and get to work. I got to ride the bus and just get somewhere that doesn't involve downtown. The closer we get to this, certainly, it should be celebrated. Undeniably, we're going to bring a lot of money into the region. But are we forgoing the routine of everybody? And are we looking at this and saying, hey, some people are undoubtedly going to suffer, and sorry about your luck. It really hit me when I read this story yesterday and then circled back and read it today, that before it even gets into, and it's a great proactive measure, they're telling kids at a gigantic school district, don't even think about it. Don't come to school. So what really is the cost of doing business? Something like this is incredible to me. That we just call off school for 3 days. Again, it's the right call, but it just goes to show how important making that money is. I don't have my doubts about the NFL draft. It's certainly a great event to bring to the city. But man alive, it would work a lot better if it was over the weekend. I do have my doubts on just how much it's going to foul us up. And if we're just going to end up being shut-ins all around the region for 3 days plus. Your call's next, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I can't wait to talk to Tamara later in this hour because I got to find out all that she knows about this story. By the way, do you know someone in your community, pardon me, who needs a lozenge, right? Do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them now. KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, folks, March is the time, man. The time to look outside and say, I gotta get new windows. And the place to go, Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And check this out. 24 months, no payments, no interest. 2 years. $500 off when you start this home improvement project. Call Universal Windows Direct, 412-545-6003. 412-545-6003.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
With multiple locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible. Tri-State Neuropathy Center's team of chiropractic physicians have successfully helped over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State's effective treatment programs that utilize the most powerful technology available. No drugs, non-invasive, painless, and FDA approved. Dr. Sean Ritchie of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is hosting a free educational peripheral neuropathy seminar this month in Wexford on March 25th.
Join us for a free peripheral neuropathy seminar and learn how our most advanced treatment program that has helped thousands can help you.
Reservations are required and seating is limited, so reserve your spot today. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000 or go to marydanston.com. Attend this free seminar and learn how neuropathy sufferers are getting relief. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. I just confirmed something I've been working on. I'll grab your calls in a minute. Today at 4:05 p.m., I'll give the number to Margot in the next break. Representative Mandy Steele, who, in full disclosure, I've said this before, I went to high school with. She did something incredible again. She is all about making sure that people who live in her district get the full bang for their buck. And she has been working with these PUCs to make sure that there's accountability. I found out, I got a bunch of emails last night and correspondences that O'Hara Elementary in Fox Chapel, O'Hara, was without power for a long time. And nobody was giving a response. It was, dare I say, in the dark. The parents were. Mandy Steele, made it all happen. Got everybody together, said, we got to fix this. This cannot happen anymore. And I'm going to talk to her about what's going on with Duquesne Light, how we can make it better, and what she's doing to try to make communication better, to try to make their efforts better, and why our power just goes out so much. She is on a subcommittee, and I think chairs a subcommittee in Harrisburg about all of this. We'll talk to Representative Steele coming up just past 4 o'clock. But your call's next, 866-391-1020. John in Greenfield. Hi, John. How are you?
I'm doing great, Colin. You know what? I want to tell you something. I am an outside salesperson. I go all over Allegheny County every day doing visits and trying to sell stuff. You know what I'm going to do on those 3 days that the draft's here?
Drink beer.
I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out, Colin. That's what I'm going to do. If I have to leave a little bit earlier, then I have to leave a little bit earlier. If I got to drive around something, I'll drive around it. You know what? When we were young, Colin, when it got really, really cold out, you know what we did? We put on another shirt. When it snowed out, we put our feet in Tom Talk bags, put our little rubber boots on.
I'm with you. I'm cut from the same cloth, but listen to this.
And we went out.
Wait,
figured it out.
I am with you about figuring it out, but let me talk. I don't think people realize the unprecedented nature. This is. Think about this. This is 12 Steeler games at once.
I understand what you're saying, but you know what? There's always a way to get around it, Colin. Figure it out. Use a little critical thinking. If you got to go around things, go around things. When it was 5 below zero, when I was in 4th grade, you know what we did? We went to school. Okay. When there was 2 feet of snow on the ground, we went to school. Now, as soon as there's a slightest bit of adversity, we throw in the towel. Everybody
look, I'm cut from the same cloth again, but how do you get around something, or how do you figure out whenever a bunch of roads are going to be closed?
Okay, I live in Greenfield. Okay, say I have an appointment on one of those days. Say I have an appointment in Bellevue, which is Three River Stadium is right in the middle. You know what I'm going to do?
Well, it's not there anymore, but it used to be. But you're right.
I misspoke. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna leave a little bit earlier. You get the point, though. I'm gonna leave a little bit earlier, and I'm gonna drive around so I get there on time. This society, everybody's just so eager and so willing and so happy to just give up.
I'm not saying give up.
Figure it out, Colin.
Listen. I'll figure it out. You don't worry about me. I'm not the person that called off.
I'm not worried about you, brother.
No, I'm not the person that called off school. But I think this, and John, man, do I respect your attitude. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. But this notion, I'm just going to leave a little earlier, I think you may need to tinker with that a little bit. Here's why. I've lived in this city my whole life, other than the 4 years that I went away to school. Okay? And I'd come back largely in the summer anyway. Whenever a truck at 7:20 a.m. gets a flat tire on 28 or going down the parkway on Green Tree Hill, our city has paralysis for 5 hours. And that's on a regular, run-of-the-mill Thursday in like October. I'm just saying. I hope people have a plan, or a really good plan, or a stay-at-home plan for this. You know, the Parkway is also going to close for quite some time coming up shortly. That's going to cause gigantic backups. It just is. But with all of this, when I saw this story about the Pittsburgh Public Schools and this asynchronous learning, which means stay at home, we'll send you stuff, and there's no real time limit on it, it hit me. And it's coming up in, well, just over a month. This is no small event. I'm the last guy to panic. I'm not going to panic. I will find my way from my house to whether we're doing shows here, whether we're doing them down by the stadium, Three Rivers, as you put it, and I'm fine with that because Three Rivers was a great place. I'll find my way. But it ain't going to be about us only. It's going to be about roads closed. It's going to be, if you think you run into people now who are in from out of town that are shifting over 7 lanes to go this place and that place and then jamming on the brakes in the middle of nowhere and then people just stopping, you think that's bad now, wait till then. I'm just imploring people, I think, to have a bit of a backup plan. Because this shoe that dropped yesterday, the Pittsburgh Public Schools saying, hey, we're not even going to fight this. What we're going to do is we're going to wave the white flag pretty much and just say, we're not going to put our parents through this. We're not going to put our kids through this. Hunker down, stay where you are, and we'll bring the school to you via a computer. It made me kind of perk up and say, this is a gigantic thing that's coming. And the simple question to you is this: are you ready? John may have a nonchalant answer, and he may have a foolproof plan, and that's great. But I think there may be a lot of people that are going to be surprised by the enormity and surprised by the inconvenience. And it's still worth it because of all the money coming in. But it might be also a good time to just shut it down for a couple days. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Tamira piqued my interest earlier today. She just did, because I think that we're paying attention to something about a story way too much and not necessarily paying attention to the story enough. I'll explain in just a little bit. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can watch us, too, Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to our website, go to KDKRadio.com. YouTube page is fantastic. That's where I check out all our stuff. You can, too. News, bottom of the hour, KDKA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive and Infinity for more than 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 30 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Drivers across southwestern Pennsylvania are feeling new pain at the pump as gas prices surge to just shy of $4 a gallon. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Gas prices jumped Tuesday across the Pittsburgh region, with AAA reporting the average price for regular fuel now sitting at nearly $3.80 a gallon, up sharply from just a month ago. AAA East Central says the increase is tied to rising global oil prices fueled by the escalating conflict involving Iran. Because crude oil makes up more than half the cost of gasoline, disruptions in key shipping routes like the Strait of Hormuz are sending ripple effects worldwide. Oil prices have climbed roughly $26 per barrel since late February, driving steady increases locally. Allegheny County now ranks among the highest gas price areas in Pennsylvania, and analysts warn prices could continue climbing if global tensions persist. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Security lines at the nation's airports are getting longer, but that's not the case in Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has a story.
TSA workers missed a paycheck last week because of the Homeland Security shutdown, and an increasing number of them are calling out sick.
If the call rate does climb, there could be scenarios where we may have to shut down airports. This is a serious situation.
Acting TSA Administrator Adam Stahl says the agency's workers are struggling to get by.
We have individuals sleeping in their cars, drawing blood to afford to pay for gas to get to work.
While wait times due to staffing shortages at major airports are 30 to 90 minutes, at Pittsburgh International they're typically less than 5, except for early morning, when they can sometimes be 15 minutes. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
City Council votes to postpone talk on creating a vehicle trust fund, but the bill's prime supporter says it's not going away. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Councilmember Barb Warwick called for delaying action on creating a trust fund for at least 6 weeks. That's so the budget reopening process the mayor announced last week can move forward. But Warwick says the state of the fleet is so bad that the city controller pointed out that in some cases, the city spends more on repairs than the vehicles initially cost.
This is not like a blame game. This is, Mayor O'Connor is new, right? So this has fallen in his lap. However, he is the mayor, and it is this administration's job to solve this problem, right? And it is also our job.
Warwick says creating a trust fund is the best way of addressing the issue so the money can't be shuffled into other budgetary needs. Coincidentally, council gave its okay in that same meeting to a $6,300 repair bill for City Police Durango. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 468 points, the Nasdaq down 157, the S&P 500 down 45 points. KDKA Radio News Time, 2:32. Our next update at 3. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
A little extra expense could prevent a great big headache if your college student runs into trouble during a spring break trip out of the country. Travel vlogger Mark Wolter says you should buy that overseas cell phone and data plan to avoid international roaming fees on emergency calls.
The problem is at 1 o'clock in the morning, those internet cafes, those places with free Wi-Fi are not open, and therefore they do not have an option of getting on there.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, the rest of this afternoon will not be quite as cold, with clouds and a couple of flurries, high 37, and some flurries early tonight, otherwise rather cloudy, low 34. Mainly cloudy tomorrow with a stray shower. It will be warmer, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, the last full day of winter, and March Madness begins. Did you fill out a bracket? Bill Hillgrove will help tomorrow at 8.
K Radio, we come together March 24th. Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon, going to be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. You can donate online, Metropolitan Window Company. Go to kdkradio.com. All right, so Tamira's joining me now. One of my favorite people in the world. She just is. You are. Because you work hard, but you know how to have fun, too. But this is a serious story. And you know why? I think that over the weekend, we got lost on a side story, and too many people are forgetting about the story and got enamored with or enveloped in something that is an offshoot to a very serious situation, and it took the focus off what the real story is. So there was a protest out by Kennywood because people are emotional, people are mad, people want answers. Maybe people didn't do it the right way, but it doesn't discount that they're mad, they want answers, and they're emotional. And it made us forget a little bit, I think. There's a 13-year-old boy who's dead. His name's Terrell Byers. He was killed in December. He was run over by a car near Kennywood.
That's correct.
So I know that you're working on the story. And again, we talked about the protests so much. And I wanted to know, I know you talked to Fred Rabner, who's an attorney involved in this story. What do we know about the initial incident? Because I think we've forgotten about that some.
We absolutely did. And so what is new developments is that in speaking with the attorney, Fred Rabner, today he stated there are two reasons behind the investigation that's ongoing. And the new developments are, one, that there was speed involved. That's one.
Okay.
That's the first thing. And the second, there's witness testimony that they were swinging around other vehicles, swerving, swinging around other vehicles.
So essentially dangerous driving.
And there's been other witness testimony that potentially state that they were racing on the highway. So these are, this is coming from attorney Fred Rabner. So what's getting lost in all of this is that there's a video that is, there's video of what took place. And the mother, Naomi, of Mr. Byers, is pressing to have that video unveiled and presented to her.
Oh, wow.
So
where is the investigation in terms of the county or West Mifflin or whatever jurisdiction it happened? At what stage is this investigation right now? Or is it unclear and nobody can get to the bottom of that?
It's unclear, and that's the problem. Fred said that it's an open investigation. So at this particular time, there's nothing that they can do regarding attaining that video because Attorney Rabner haven't filed a lawsuit yet. So if there was a lawsuit filed, a civil suit, a lawsuit filed, then they're privy to get that video information.
Right.
But the DA has stated that they will not be able to turn over that evidence until the investigation is over.
Now, from an okay, so the investigation is still open. So while no one has been charged, it's not out of the realm of possibility that someone could be charged moving forward.
That is correct. But as Fred said, he's a former prosecutor, so he said what he wants is the system to play out, the situation to play out, meaning he wants the DA to do their investigation, right? Once that investigation is fully complete, then they'll have access to the video, release the video, and then they can move forward with whether or not the young lady or woman involved in this will be charged in the death of Mr. Byers.
Right, because I just spoke to Fred not long ago about the case that was in Tarentum where the young girl who was hard of hearing was hit by the drunk driver.
That's correct.
And he was sort of hands off with it as well and said, let the prosecutor do their job and then we'll kind of figure it all out after. There has to be, and this is just sort of not necessarily conjecture, but a little bit more of opinion. I can understand the impatience then. Maybe people thought that the protest was the wrong way to go about it, but I can understand the impatience of a family who has a 13-year-old boy who's dead, and they just want to try to get to the bottom of all of this.
Yes, and that's what Fred Rabner said. He said, he understands, of course, to have a 13-year-old child, to be your child, that, is unfortunately had passed away and is under these circumstances. But at this particular time, he understands what Naomi is going through, Terrell's mom. He understands what's going on, but he wants the system to play out, in particular when you see the protests that are happening, the West Mifflin Borough Council meeting yesterday. That was a question of the mom at that council meeting. She wants to see the video. So I think once that video, once the investigation is thoroughly complete, then hopefully that the attorney Rabner will get that video and will be able to express or show her exactly what took place. But I mean, I think another development in all of this was that the woman responsible for the death of Terrell, there was no insurance. She did not have insurance, and that's an issue that Fred said is upsetting to him, and he will file a civil lawsuit in that matter pertaining to that. And he said he will do everything that he can possibly do. He'll take everything from them if that's the case. If this turns out to be the situation where she's the woman involved is responsible, is what I'm saying,
right, for
Terrell's death. But it's so many open-ended questions that he has, and he's the attorney, that he said if he doesn't see movement moving forward, then he's going to take it upon himself to file that lawsuit. And when he does that, he can gain access to the video and any other information that they may have, the police department may have at that particular time. But it's very, very, very open-ended. There's no one way. And I think that's what's the issue with Naomi, with Terrell's mom, is that's exactly, that's something that she wants to see.
Well, last thing for you, whether it is through Fred Rabner, the attorney for the family of the young man who was killed, or whether it's through the mayor, or whether it's through the police department, or even the DA, have you been given through your reporting any timeline on when an investigation will wrap up?
No, because that's the question that I asked. I said, well, this happened in December of 2025. I said, it's March. And he said, I get it. He said, Tamara, I get it. But there is no timeline on when he's able to receive or request that information unless, let's keep this in mind, he files a lawsuit. And if he files that lawsuit, then hopefully that moves things forward. But until then, it's just kind of like a wait and see. Mm-hmm. And I mean, another thing, Colin, he brought to the attention that Kennywood Boulevard has had some issues and concerns. He stated that there was a worker at Kennywood that was killed as well. So he's also pushing for change. He's hoping the borough would take that in consideration, maybe the way it was designed. So, there are some things that are happening behind the scenes, and it's unfortunate that that's not what we see when we turn on the news. You see the protests and you see the outrage from parents and family members in West Mifflin, and I truly and totally understand that. But there are things behind the scenes that's moving this case forward.
Fantastic reporting, Tamara. Just fantastic stuff. We'll continue to stay on it, bring you any developments. Let's hit an update about the draft right now.
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, thank you very much. Let's take you to Point Park State and talk about what's going on there during the weekend that the draft is here. There's a Hail Mary opportunity. Test your long-distance accuracy like throwing it like a pro, a deep pass over defenders into a drop-in net. You can even run a 40-yard dash right up against an LED wall. I don't think you want to do that unless you know you're really fast. There's an autograph stage. Get free autographs from current NFL players and NFL legends. Scheduled to be available April 20th throughout the entire week. And how about the Taste of Pittsburgh? Enjoy selections from some of Pittsburgh's restaurants and a Taste of the Town tailgate featuring local restaurants to be confirmed by tax day, April the 15th. Plenty more to come as we get you set for the NFL Draft. I'm Paul Alexander, live at the KDK Draft Information Desk.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start and see how Relief Factor could be your game changer too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and by MediConnect. Medicare made simple. Details at kdkaradio.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value to talk about Sniper.
Sniper, that's your hospital-grade disinfectant, Larry. And yes, it's germ season. You need that bottle of Sniper, whether you want the travel size bottle that's TSA approved. You could put it in your purse, put it in your travel bag, take it with you. Or we got the quarts or the gallons for that big job on it. It's your true hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all germs.
Safe around kids and pets. Go to disinfectwithsniper.com or available at participating True Value hardware stores. Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability. The 2026 Hyundai Kona SE all-wheel drive. Lease it now for only $229 per month. Only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year, with $2,999 due at signing, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
The Federal Reserve will hold rates in place between 3.5% and 3.75%. Recent data showing that a cut was not a viable option. It was an 11-1 vote with Fed Governor Stephen Myron, the lone dissenter. The Fed also added that the economy continues at a solid pace, with GDP rising to 2.4% this year, but inflation also rising to near 2.7%. The National Retail Federation now forecasting 4.4% growth this year over what we saw in 2025. That would bring retail sales to a total of $5.6 trillion. National Retail Federation Chief Economist Mark Matthews saying that while global events could continue for a while, the underlying fundamentals of the U.S. economy will continue to support stability. Credit and debit card swipe fees hit a record last year, $198.25 billion, according to Merchants Payment Coalition. That's up 6% in 1 year and 80% since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, hello to you on this day. Again, programming note, I'm out of here at 5. I got somewhere to be, very important meeting. Michael Bartley will take you through the last hour of the show. So much happening. Brian in Munhall has been on hold, one of my favorite callers. Hi, Brian.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for that compliment, Colin. Hey, I'm going to report something, a phenomenon. That
a what now?
A phenomenon. It may be akin to like that meteor entering the atmosphere yesterday.
Sure.
And this is absolutely true, Colin.
Uh-huh.
I called Duquesne Light yesterday, and I live in Munhall. I called the borough. The street lights, which are all LEDs now, in my neighborhood, they're lit. They're lighting during the day. That's not normal.
Maybe they didn't turn their clocks ahead or whatever.
You know what? The woman I spoke to yesterday didn't give me an exact. She said that has been happening in other neighborhoods, but but they have a sensor on top. It looks like a round bottle, like a small bottle on top of the streetlight head.
Sure.
They're lit during the day, but I never noticed that before. It only happened, it seems, after the windstorm on Friday.
A question. Are they also lit at night?
Yes. They're lit.
So what, I mean, that's like my headlights, all right? Like the headlights on my car. They come on, as long as they come on at night, I don't care if they're on in the day.
But what I'm saying is I do notice things a lot.
Seems like it.
It's during the day. They're supposed to be off. Even if it's like a very cloudy day, they're supposed. You know what? Here,
tell me.
All I'm saying is she didn't provide. She says yes, we know that's happening, but she didn't explain technically why.
Okay, give me Brian and Munhall's theory as to why this is happening.
You know what? But here's what ultimately happens: the the streetlights are powered by the boroughs or townships have to pay that electricity bill.
Right.
And ultimately, it'll be passed to the taxpayers. So that's all I'm saying.
No, I got you.
I don't know.
Aren't they those energy-saving ones that cost like $1 a year, though, or whatever, or no?
Well, I don't know. They're much less than the older halogen lights. But anyway, I thought if you find it interesting,
have you called
maybe you can.
Have you called Munhall Borough?
I'm sorry.
Have you called the borough? Oh, he had an emergent situation or something. My gosh. I hope Brian's okay. He abruptly had to dismount. I want him to call the borough. I want him to call Munhall and then get back to me. Hope he's okay. Sheesh. I like those lights that are on a timer, like at a big parking lot or a school or somewhere like that, and then they all flash on at once. And then you'll be doing something, they all go off. And you're like, man, okay. But at least they're uniform. All right, I have an update as to that ice situation outside of Zone 3. And it's a bit of an update. I talked to some more people today, and I'll tell you what I can ascertain is this. The situation is not going away anytime soon. We'll discuss coming up next, right here, KDK.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
When a medical injury, misdiagnosis, or neglect in a nursing home turns your life upside down, your family deserves attorneys with decades of complex trial experience. At Massa Law Group, local Pittsburgh attorneys concentrate their practice to helping medical and nursing home injury victims. Their team listens, lays out your options clearly, and will pursue the justice your family deserves. Licensed in PA, Ohio, and West Virginia, visit massalawgroup.com or call 412-338-1800.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 33 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. There are new developments in the death of a teen hit by a vehicle on Kennywood Boulevard in December 2025. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has that story.
Attorney Fred Rabner, representing Naomi White, the mother of Terrell Byers Jr., tells KDKA Radio witnesses said the vehicle that hit the teen appeared to be speeding.
That they were swinging around other vehicles. There's been other witness testimony that potentially they were racing on the highway, and we believe there might have been another vehicle involved.
And Attorney Rabner shared a new detail about the woman linked to Byers' death.
Doesn't appear to have insurance, which is shameful in and of itself for her and her husband. And if I have to sue them individually and take everything they own in life, I'll do that.
The fatal incident has sparked protests and angry residents demanding answers at last night's West Mifflin Borough Council meeting. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Police responding to a shot spotter report in Homewood South overnight found a man in a parking lot with a gunshot wound to the abdomen. Officers were sent to the 7200 block of Kelly Street around 12:45 a.m. Public safety says the victim is in stable condition. Police have arrested a man accused of exposing himself at Riverview Park in Perry North. Last week, women told police a man in a vehicle approached them and asked for directions before exposing himself. 33-year-old Jonah Roby is charged with indecent exposure, open lewdness, and stalking in 4 incidents. Police say Roby is a registered sex offender in Texas. He was arrested Tuesday. City Council once again looks at the controversial comprehensive plan. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado has more.
This time to table the canceling of 2 contracts associated with the plan. City Council member Anthony Coghill, a critic of the initial $6 million price tag, says this is after the Heinz Endowment's gift and a previous give back will save the taxpayers at least $1 million. Chief of Staff Dan Gilman says the Heinz money will go directly to the consultants.
At the end of the project, when it's closed, we will close out the contract that are the subject of the bills today. And we will be able to close it out with over $1 million left in them that will then go back into the general fund to address our financial needs.
Councilmember Deb Gross raised concerns about how much of the money went to consultants when similar plans in like-sized cities were done mostly in-house. Gilman says to flush the money down the toilet now would be a tragedy. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
Police are investigating after an LED sign in Kennedy Township was hacked with racist messages. Happened at a restaurant that's about to open, Mama Lena's Firehouse Grill. The restaurant says it shut down the sign as soon as they were notified, and steps have now been taken to prevent a future incident. In a message, Mama Lena says they are cooperating with authorities and apologize for any confusion or if anyone took offense. A scratch-off ticket worth $1 million was sold in Allegheny County. The Pennsylvania Lottery says the $1 million winner was purchased at Get-Go on East Carson Street. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 557 points. The Nasdaq down 196. The S&P 500 down 57 points. KDK Sports, Penguins road trip continues. A matchup tonight in Carolina. Puck drop at 7. The good news is Captain Sidney Crosby would be back after missing 11 games after suffering a lower body injury in the Olympic Games. KDK Radio News Time 3:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Right now, it's partly cloudy and 33 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive for company, receiving the award 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, "Hey, Siri." Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
There we go. Margot's got you covered. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports that the westbound lanes of Route 80 are closed due to a major accident that is right around exit 15 all the way towards the exit that you get on Route 18. All lanes are closed in those westbound lanes. Looking further towards the city, all of the lanes are starting to get jammed on those major roadways due to rush hour congestion. The Parkway West inbound starting from Green Tree Hill as you make your way towards the city. The outbound side of the Parkway East lanes start to see brake lights around the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy through the rest of this afternoon and not as cold with a couple of flurries, high 37. Still some flurries into early this evening, otherwise mostly cloudy, low 34. Clouds, maybe a stray rain shower tomorrow, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions in Wexford. Blind shades, shutters, and draperies are my passion. Call me 724-933-5500, nestexpressions.com.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Great text here from Mark in Brookline. I'm an electrician. The sensors can fail. It's not aliens coming after us. For our dear caller in Munhall. Yeah, I assumed and presumed that was the direction that we were going. So there we are. I do want to get back into the story outside of Zone 3 last Thursday in just a moment, but I do need to tell you something that's coming up that's very, very important next Tuesday. So 1 in 8 people, including 1 in 5 children in our region, are food insecure. Your donation doesn't just help, it multiplies into meals for families right here in our community. Our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon, Tuesday, March 24th. But you can support your neighbors right now, kdkradio.com, or by texting NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155. Has your family been impacted by food insecurity in the past? You can call our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon voicemail line. Please do that. 412-588-6858 and share an impactful story on how you've been helped or somebody else has been helped. All right, so I've been kind of doing my homework on this story outside of Zone 3 just the other day involving ICE agents, plural, and some Pittsburgh police officers. It has caused a fraction. It has caused a divide. It has caused a lot of havoc within the Pittsburgh Police Department, and it does need to be fixed. But it's not just that. It's a holistic, bigger, broader thing, not just for Pittsburgh, but for our region. Okay? And so I got the exact narrative of what happened today. Right? A stop was made at the gas station. One guy ran and got caught by an agent. One started fist fighting outside of a car. 2 suspects were still in a truck. One guy fought his way from an agent, and another agent grabbed him and was on top of him. The 2 in the truck, they skedaddled. They were gone. They were out of there. This all happened in front of Zone 3 last week, okay? They were gone. So the agent that was involved in a straight-up one-on-one fight with the one man thought help was coming. Dragged the suspect to the sidewalk. There was a Pittsburgh police sergeant right there. Okay? At least 2.5, probably 3 minutes. The sergeant and a patrol officer stood there and watched. Sergeant got on the radio, got on the phone, and stood and watched. Luckily, the ICE agent was able to subdue this guy. It took about 3 minutes at least for that to happen. Now, what has happened in the fallout is that sergeant, who had told others, don't go out there, has received a lot of hate from other people within the police department. And Police Chief Jason Lando has had to now juggle all of this. What are we doing? Are we doing it right? What's going on? And here's the problem at 866-391-1020. It's become where, and this isn't really even a police issue at this point. It's a public issue. It's been okay to vilify ICE. And because of the words, because of the actions, because of the atmosphere, a vilification of ICE has been seen as something that's commonplace. And it's forced people to hate them, and it's forced policy to be pushed forward that falls in line with thinking they're the bad guy. And then, and I said this yesterday, it now forces people who are authority figures, people who are peacekeepers, the Pittsburgh police. It's forced very good men into situations where they need to juggle. Do I need to follow policy or do I need to follow logic? There's a guy in a boxing match right there. What do I do? But wait, I don't want to get called into the principal's office and the mayor says that we're not supposed to intercede. Now, in a crazy development, and here's something new to it at 866-391-1020. About 3 weeks, and this is where you can't win for losing. About 3 weeks ago, there was an incident in Mount Washington involving a person who had violent warrants for violent crimes, and was in this country illegally. And had been in this country at least 2 times and been deported. And this was the 3rd time they were in this country illegally. So ICE responded. Okay, follow me on this one. Pepper spray was deployed. 911 was called by neighbors. The Pittsburgh police responded because, well, there was a 911 call. Police interacted with ICE. That's what happened in Mount Washington. This person was taken into custody. There was a brief little car, I don't want to say accident, but a fender bender. This was reported on the news, all this kind of stuff. What wasn't reported on the news was this. There was interaction with the police, Pittsburgh police, and the ICE agents. One interaction was the ICE agent saying to the city of Pittsburgh police officer, could you make sure that that car is out of gear, i.e. in park and not still in gear? The city of Pittsburgh police officer said, yeah, sure, no problem, and jumped in to make sure that that car was not going to careen anywhere else. The next interaction was this. The ICE agent saying to a city of Pittsburgh police officer, in that struggle, I think I lost my phone. Do you guys see a phone anywhere? The city of Pittsburgh police officer said, I'll look around, no problem. You guys okay? That's as far as it went. Those were the interactions. Do you know what's happened now? One Hood Media, which is an arm of Bethany Hallam and all those wackos, is now pressuring the city to have those officers from the city suspended for interacting with ICE, for aiding ICE, for helping ICE. They have started both a social media campaign and a real on-site campaign where they're pressuring politicians, writing them, and a social media campaign. So these officers can't win for losing. This is what policy has done. You take the one incident outside of Zone 3, and officers step back, and they get guff from the regular citizens who aren't lunatics. You have the incident 3 weeks ago in Mount Washington where officers said, hey, here's the deal. You guys need a little hand? Yes. They offered the hand that you're supposed to. Do you know what happened? Goofballs now are trying to take their job. They can't win for losing. This is why policymakers who are on Grant Street, people who can never, have never, won't ever, put themselves in that moment in their shoes, shouldn't be making policy that jeopardizes safety. Great text here. Do you realize yet there's not a lot of people who agree with you on these ICE issues? I actually realize quite the opposite. And here's why. The feedback that I get on this. And you know what? All it's going to take is one moment, going to take one instance, one flash of violence from somebody who's here illegally, or an incident involving someone who's on the way far left, and it's going to wake them up. But do you know what? They see police, as sad as this is, and ICE agents, as expendable, as trash, as dirt, as people like me, as bootlickers. They see those police as less than human. So all they want is to be safe, but they don't care about the people keeping them safe. So when you text, do you realize there's not a lot of people who agree with you on these ICE issues? I think you're the one who needs to come to the realization as to who's keeping your ass safe. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at westbound lanes on Route 80 closed. That's because of an accident, and that's between exit 15 towards Mercer and the exit towards 760. All lanes are closed on those westbound lanes off of 79. The lanes of the Parkway West inbound, further towards the city, are jammed around the middle of Green Tree Hill as you make your way towards the city. Outbound lanes also looking congested starting from 2nd Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Isley's has been a part of family traditions for generations, from famous chip-chopped ham to classic ice cream. These products still remain to be family favorites. We are proud to announce the opening of our Isley store this summer in Pittsburgh's historic Strip District at 2111 Penn Avenue. Stop in and enjoy all of your favorites. We look forward to seeing you. Isley's request that you consider joining them and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in raising much-needed funds for our neighbors in need.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
It's never too soon or too late to need a wealth manager because life is complicated. At Bill Few Associates, we help you manage the complexities and enjoy the peace of mind that should come with financial achievement. Often that means adding value by simplifying things for you. When do you need a wealth manager? Now is when. Bill Few Associates, Wealth Management. BillFew.com, 412-630-6000.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Hey, folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
In the darkest moments, survivors search for even the smallest light. On Thursday, April 9th, be part of something powerful. Join Center for Victims for an evening of hope, courage, and resilience, lighting candles in the darkness. Reserve your seat today, centerforvictims.org.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Woo! Here we go. 866-391-1020. Yeah! Lots going on. Listen for the drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Oh, I have something that's very cliched right now. I do want to get into this, and then I'll grab a bunch of calls. So, you know what's really cliched in Pittsburgh? People that complain about others who slow down before they go through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. I was thinking about this yesterday. You know why? Because I was, driving, and there was a guy that was coming down Green Tree Hill. Sound like a Commander Cody song. But anyhow, there was a guy that was coming down Green Tree Hill. Past cars like they was standing still. No, and he was getting after it. You know where it widens out, where like Banksville comes in, it goes from 2 lanes to like seemingly 7 lanes right past the runaway truck sand pile. Which Margot says should be the runaway truck rock pile because it's actually not sand. Anyhow, I'm coming past there, and this guy is just rolling. And I'm thinking, he has all this momentum. If somebody is stopped in front of him, this guy is going to go right through that car. Everybody's going to get hurt. Stands no chance. Probably more than 2 cars in this accident because they're going to careen into stop or slow down traffic somewhere else, whatever. And the cars were still moving. It wasn't like it was totally stopped traffic. But even if there's no traffic on the road, people always get on and they go, this is the kind of person that slows down before they go in the tunnel. You know what? I'm guilty. Do you know why? Because you've built up so much momentum coming down that hill that if you don't slow down some, you hit that tunnel at like 85 miles an hour. So that's one of those Pittsburgh cliches that I think's totally ridiculous. Oh, and it's like supposed to be a knock on you. That's the kind of person that slows down before they go in the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Yeah, I do. If I'm on the road all by myself, like coming home from the airport or something, and it's late at night and there's nobody on the road, I do slow down before I go in the tunnel. You know why? Because you're coming down a big hill and you've slingshotted into it. It's all right to tap the brakes a little bit. It's all right to lay off the accelerator. That hit me yesterday. That's one of those monikers they put on people that I think is misconstrued. Jack's in Mount Lebanon. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Colin. How's the family?
Wonderful. How are you today?
Like I was telling Margo, my sinuses are bothering me.
I've told you to get Claritin.
No, I use this. It's a doc gave me a prescription spray, but you can get it over the counter called Flutiscone.
Flukescone. Yeah, it's called Flukescone. Do you use it?
Yeah.
Do you know, Jack, do you know you're supposed to spray it in your nose?
Oh, you don't spray it in your beer?
No, or your backside.
Well, I know that.
Well, so it's not working for you?
Yeah, it works too good sometimes.
Oh, well then what's the problem? How do you still have these sinuses?
Well, I have sinusitis or something.
Yeah, well, the Flukescone should take care of that, right?
It does, but the weather changed so much from 60 to 20, you know what I mean? That bothers me.
Gotcha. Well, you okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right, what else you got?
I just don't understand why law enforcement doesn't help law enforcement.
They want to. This is what the crux of all this is. That there's a lot of people mad. They're all fractured right now. And it gets down to they want to help. They also don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to walk this balance. Nobody's happy with the policies. It's a mess because you have too many people in suits trying to act like they know what's best for public safety, and they don't.
It's like you always say, it's for the votes.
It is for the votes. By the way, Did you go to Coons today?
No, I didn't, but I called Rob last night.
You called Rob Pratt. Did you ask him about the baskets?
Yeah, he said they're there. You just can't see them.
Could there be truth to that?
Yes.
Good stuff. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Were some people sore losers? I caught wind of this a little earlier today, and I saw the video, and I thought, man, they just might have been sore losers. I'll explain in just a little bit. Mandy Steele, top of the hour, state rep. She gets it done with Duquesne Light. And I got a bunch of emails about something she did. I'll talk to her coming up just past 4 o'clock right here, KDK.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 35 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Drivers across southwestern Pennsylvania are feeling new pain at the pump as gas prices surged to just shy of $4 per gallon. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has that story.
Gas prices jumped Tuesday across the Pittsburgh region, with AAA reporting the average price for regular fuel now sitting at nearly $3.80 a gallon, up sharply from just a month ago. AAA East Central says the increase is tied to rising global oil prices fueled by the escalating conflict involving Iran. Because crude oil makes up more than half the cost of gasoline, disruptions in key shipping routes like the Strait of Hormuz are sending ripple effects worldwide. Oil prices have climbed roughly $26 per barrel since late February, driving steady increases locally. Allegheny County now ranks among the highest gas price areas in Pennsylvania, and analysts warn prices could continue climbing if global tensions persist. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
City Council votes to postpone talk on creating a vehicle trust fund, but the bill's prime supporter says it's not going away. News Radio KDKA's David Botterato has more.
Councilmember Barb Warwick called for delaying action on creating a trust fund for at least 6 weeks. That's so the budget reopening process the mayor announced last week can move forward. But Warwick says the state of the fleet is so bad that the city controller pointed out that in some cases, the city spends more on repairs than the vehicles initially cost.
This is not like a blame game. This is, Mayor O'Connor is new, right? So this has fallen in his lap. However, he is the mayor, and it is this administration's job to solve this problem, right? And it is also our job.
Warwick says creating a trust fund is the best way of addressing the issue so the money can't be shuffled into other budgetary needs. Coincidentally, council gave its okay in that same meeting to a $6,300 repair bill for City Police Durango. David Botterato, News Radio KDKA.
Pennsylvania's Department of State is out with some reminders today for those who plan to vote in the May primary. The last day to register is May 4th. Then the deadline to request a mail-in ballot is May 12th. The primary itself is the 19th, and all mail-in ballots must be in by 8 o'clock that evening. Security lines at the nation's airports getting longer, but that's not the case in Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has that story.
TSA workers missed a paycheck last week because of the Homeland Security shutdown, and an increasing number of them are calling out sick.
If the call rate does climb, there could be scenarios where we may have to shut down airports. This is a serious situation.
Acting TSA Administrator Adam Stahl says the agency's workers are struggling to get by.
We have individuals sleeping in their cars, drawing blood to afford to pay for gas to get to work.
While wait times due to staffing shortages at major airports are 30 to 90 minutes, at Pittsburgh International they're typically less than 5, except for early morning, when they can sometimes be 15 minutes. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 656 points, the Nasdaq down 251, the S&P 500 down 71 points. KDKA Radio News Time, 3:32. Our next update at 4. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Conroy Foods makes Beano's deli condiments right here in Pittsburgh. Beano's original submarine dressing was the first condiment to earn a home in grocery store deli departments throughout America. Today, they have a full line of distinctive deli condiment flavors to choose from. As a Pittsburgh-based company, they are committed to putting the needs of their neighbors first, which is why they've chosen to partner with the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank as a proud supporter of Feed the Need.
Margo has you covered as always with traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margo.
All right. Hey, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, starting to see some congestion on 79 northbound. That is as you head towards the Parkway West inbound, where you're going to see some congestion backing you up. Around the middle of Green Tree Hill, both sides through the Liberty Tunnel also stack as you try to make your commute home there. And the Parkway East outbound will slow you down starting around the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, the rest of this afternoon will not be quite as cold, with clouds and a couple of flurries, high 37, and some flurries early tonight, otherwise rather cloudy, low 34. Mainly cloudy tomorrow with a stray shower. It will be warmer, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. The last full day of winter and March Madness begins. Did you fill out a bracket? Bill Hillgrove will help tomorrow at 8.
How? I want to hear Bill Hillgrove's bracket. I wonder who he's got in the Final Four. It's going to be interesting. 866-391-1020 is the number here. Again, State Rep Mandy Steele, top of the hour. She holds Duquesne Light's feet to the fire, and I commend her for that. She gets stuff done for the people who live in her district. I have a story of, are they sore losers or not? We'll get into that in just a little bit. Michael's in Natrona Heights. Hi, Michael.
Hey, I was wondering if you ever got an update from that guy that clocked out and was trying to cash in that lottery ticket. I had called, but I didn't get to hear any updates.
No, you know what? I promise I'll take the time to look tonight and see if there's ever been an update. That was a fascinating story. It really was. Totally fascinating story on the guy that knew he had the winner, but it was like an overrun from the cash register. He worked at equivalent of like a 7-Eleven in Arizona. He clocked out. He came in and he bought it off the other clerk, and he tried to cash in. So, and then the store was trying to claim it was theirs. I'll get to the bottom of it. Blair's in Dormont. Hi, Blair.
Hey, what's up? Hey, you see all these problems people are having with ICE, but you notice when Obama was president, nobody had a problem with ICE. There were no sanctuary cities. And I believe that there was 56 people that were killed during the Obama administration with interaction with ICE. The only difference is the media never reported it.
Yeah, you know what's crazy, Blair, is people say all this stuff, Obama and Biden and Trump and whatever. And yeah, certainly we're in this position right now because, at least by and large, because the previous administration under Biden let a lot of people in this country and didn't tighten the border. But people talk about this and make it like their life's work. I don't really get caught up in a lot of this stuff. I just speak the truth about what's today. And what today is this. It's insane that law enforcement has had now to pick sides because of goofy people who are in politics and they think they know what's best for public safety, and they don't have any idea. That's like me trying to walk into a kitchen and telling a chef how to cook. If I ever became real rich and bought a restaurant or a hotel with a restaurant, I would, delegate that power to someone who knows about food and how to cook it. Not say, I'm the rich guy, I'm the guy in charge, here's what ingredients you need to use. And that's exactly what politicians are doing. They are trying to, by virtue of policy, tell people in law enforcement how to law enforce. And they don't have any freaking clue. None at all. Anyway, on to different things. 866-391-1020. How about this story? And it's not really a baseball story. It's more of a learning how to lose story. Listen.
Their pitchers dominated the USA's Dream Team lineup, touted before the tournament as one of the greatest in the history of the sport. Then in the bottom of the 8th inning, two-time MVP Bryce Harper turned the game on its head.
Harper has tied the championship!
But American celebrations were short-lived.
Into left center field.
In the top of the ninth, one of Venezuela's own Major League sluggers, Eugenio Suarez, gave his team a lead they would not relinquish.
Also, if you tell me that guy's AI, I believe it. If that's a computer-generated voice. Just listen to the very end of that real quick as an aside, or at least a portion of this. This guy, honestly, it says courtesy of Fox Sports, this guy may be AI.
In the top of the ninth, one of Venezuela's own Major League sluggers, Eugenio Suarez, gave his team a lead they would not relinquish.
He might be AI. They make up a name, Christian Benavides. I'm 50-50 on if that's a real person or AI. Anyhow, do you know what's making the rounds today? The American team getting their silver medals on the field just after the game. Just like they do in a lot of competitions in terms of the Olympics or state championships or other places. And the Americans, some of them ripping the medals off their neck and walking off. And I saw that as, oh, okay, here we go. That's what's going on. Right, they're disgusted, they're mad, they thought they should be winners and they didn't win, so it is what it is. Here's the surprise. The amount of people who are saying they should have got them in the locker room. You shouldn't make them go through something like that. Or why are they even handing out silver medals? That shouldn't happen. And that's embarrassing to do to the second place team. Is this where we are in society? That you can't lose with grace and dignity and just say, hey, somebody was better than us? Honestly, I have my doubts about how young people can get by in life. And I'm not talking about these players, even though ripping your medal off looks kind of dumb. But the amount of people who honestly say, and they're not kidding, I read through seemingly hundreds, if not thousands of comments that said, why would they make them stand on the field and get a second place medal? That's ridiculous, and it's embarrassing to these players. No, it's not. Do you know how not to get a second place medal? Win. It's just that simple. And if you don't want to take part in a ceremony, you don't want that to be part of the thing, then win. But that it's some big knock on your ego or you shouldn't do it, that is 100% lost on me. Anyway, Vicky's in Butler. Hi, Vicky.
Oh, hey. So I just wanted to say, that guy was talking about Obama, and that was a long time ago. Why aren't we just staying current?
Well, we are staying in current, and part of the current is why there's a problem right now is because the Biden administration allowed so many people over the border without justification.
Well, I think the big part of the problem is that these ICE guys are just tear gassing everybody, grabbing people. If law enforcement could just go through the town,
can I ask you a question?
And arrest everybody out of their house, take them in, and then look for a crime. Would that be
okay? Can I ask you a question? Do you know why the man was arrested in front of the Zone 3 station? Because I do, and I'm going to quiz you. Why the man was arrested in front of the Zone 3 station in Pittsburgh just the other day by the ICE agent? Do you know why?
Why?
A felony violent warrant from Texas, and he had already been deported twice. So is that a reason to arrest him in Vicky's world or not?
Is that a reason to shoot Renee Good in the face 3 times?
See, you can't stay on task, can you?
Is that a reason to put 5-year-olds in concentration camps?
Concentration camps. Vicky, you're wacky. You're totally wacky.
No.
Yes, you are. You're wacky. You know what? Listen, why don't you do this?
You know what? You can insult me all you want.
No, I'm not insulting you. I'm just calling you what you are.
No.
Why don't you find somebody?
I'm saying that you're a Nazi.
I'm a Nazi.
And
You're right.
everybody who agrees with ICE is a Nazi, and these are concentration camps. Okay. That's why people are protesting.
No. Can I ask you a question?
It is.
Can I ask you? No, wait. I want to have a conversation real quick. What have you done to help somebody? Oh, you hung up. I was going to ask Vicky what she has done to help somebody who is an immigrant or illegal immigrant in the last 30, 60, or 90 days. What have you done besides call a radio station? What have you done besides put a sticker on your car? What have you done besides make a Facebook post? What have you done? What have you done in your community? Have you helped people read? Have you helped them learn English? Have you helped them get a job? Have you helped with their kid at school? What have you done besides call people names? Tell me that. Then we can have a nice discussion. Put your money where your mouth is. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Seeing some heavy congestion start on 579 southbound as you make your way towards the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound slows you down around the county jail as you make your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. And the Parkway East outbound, starting to see lanes jam near the Oakland on-ramp as you try to head outbound on that route as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878 231-6036.
Larry Richard for Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments made in Lachina's Pittsburgh factory. No middlemen, just unbeatable factory direct prices. Save on blinds, shades, shutters, and more. Professionally measured and installed by Lachina. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com to schedule a free shop at home appointment or visit one of Lachina's 2 showrooms. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air. And we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
Brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Every dollar, every hour, every voice. That's the power of you.
When winter settles in, everything gets a little harder for our neighbors. Your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank helps families stay warm and nourished with fresh, healthy food. Give today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Give family a little more breathing room this winter. That's the power of you.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability. The 2026 Hyundai Kona SE all-wheel drive. Lease it now for only $229 per month. Only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year, with $2,999 due at signing, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh,
100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Representative Mandy Steele, top of the hour. Can't wait to talk to her. She gets stuff done. Whether you agree with her politics or not, she gets stuff done, and she has really taken Duquesne Light to task. We got to find out what's going on, why it takes still so long to get your power back on, and I got a bunch of emails about what she did for an elementary school, and I want to talk to her about that. Programming note, I'm out of here at 5 today. Got somewhere to be and need to be there for 6. Michael Bartley's going to jump in for the last hour of the show. I think we got Pirate Baseball thereafter. I got a lot of texts in the break. Oh, my gosh, this lady, she called you that. And I think people know by now, it doesn't frazzle me when people call me names, especially wackadoodles like that lady in Butler. It just doesn't, because I'd just rather have a nice conversation. Like with Mike and Ambridge. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, Colin?
I'm great. Thank you for asking.
All right. So what you're kind of saying that Biden left all these people in, did they get in past the Mexican wall that was going to be built and paid for by Mexico, by the president beforehand?
One more time?
Remember, before Biden got in, the president before him, he preached that Mexico was buying and building the wall. And everybody was cheering behind them. Did that ever happen?
So what's your point? I'm trying to understand 2026.
My point is you're blaming Biden for letting people over the border when the guy said he was going to have Mexico build and pay for it.
Okay.
The wall. Hello. So it didn't happen.
Can I
Am
ask
I right?
you? Can I ask you
Am
this?
I'll ask you a question. No. Don't ask me a question. Answer me. Am I right or wrong?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm the host here.
Okay. I'm listening.
Do you think are there legal ways to emigrate to this country?
I don't know. Was there 80 years ago, 90 years ago? No.
We're not
Everybody
80
wants
or
to come
90.
to America.
Do you know which country has the most legal immigrants to this country and utilizes the portal legally?
Wait a minute. Why are you asking me questions when you didn't answer my question? I asked
Because
you
I
one
don't
and
have
you
to
didn't
answer your question because I'm the host.
Okay, that's what I thought because you want to spin it. Come on, man.
Wait. Can I ask you a question? What? Do you know which country?
No, not until you answer
See, you're going to talk all over me.
You play that game.
No, see, listen.
You play the game.
I'm the host, and I'd like to ask you a question.
I'll get that.
Do you know?
I asked you one first.
No, see, you seem very angry.
I'm not angry. I asked you a question, and you turned it into a question for me.
Because I think it's relevant to your...
Because why? Because what?
Well...
Just answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Colin,
that's not the way that it works. Do you know which country? You're a pain in the backside. Mexico has the most legal immigrants to this country. Okay? So, that being said, when people talk about, well, the wall, this, the wall, there's a perfectly legal way to emigrate to this country. Thousands upon thousands of Mexicans have used that way. So, who does it benefit other than the people coming here illegally? And people who want to pay cheap labor, who does it then benefit for people to not utilize that portal and that way to do it? That's all I was trying to ask you, but you kept talking over me. Anthony's in Oakland. Hi, Anthony.
You know, this is why, as a lifelong Democrat, I want nothing to do with that lunatic fringe. To call you a Nazi because she disagrees with you is absurd. But, folks, every country has a right to its sovereignty. We have immigration laws. You don't like those laws, go to your senator and congressperson and change them. But we have something called Title VIII, which is in the purview of the federal government. You know, when these limousine liberals hop on a plane, they have to have a visa and a passport to get in some other country. So why do they think it's just willy-nilly that people could just cross our borders when they feel like it? And if they were fleeing something, some of these people pass 6 or 7 countries. You're supposed to ask for asylum in the first country you reach. So, I mean, this is and what upsets me more that they call themselves progressive Democrats and socialist Democrats because they're just smearing the party that I've been a part of for more than 50 years. I didn't hear these people when Obama, except for the lunatics who said that the activist types, when he was deporting people who were here illegally, because that's what you do when you follow laws.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Great text here. Good thing you're leaving at 5. Your show's getting worse. I'm all right by it. I'm still getting paid the same. 866-391-1020. Mandy Steele coming up next. You talk about people who get stuff done. Mandy Steele gets stuff done. And I want to talk to her about, well, something she got done. That's coming up top of the hour, right here, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. You've heard this saying, nothing changes if nothing changes. If you want to change your health, your movement, your belly fat, your overall well-being, you've got to change what you've been doing. That's where I come in. I'll motivate you, tell you what to do. We'll leave no room for failure. I have another saying from Napoleon. He said, if you set out to take Vienna, take Vienna. If you set out to lose the weight, then let's get the weight off. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN. Let's make your wishes of weight loss a reality.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 36 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. The Beaver County Humane Society is asking for the public's help as bills continue to mount as it cares for 23 dogs seized back in January. News Radio KDK's David Colorado has the latest.
The 23 dogs were seized after they were spotted in the cold during the January blizzard. The owners accused of breeding the dogs for fights are facing 175 charges. Olivia Miller of the Humane Society says between boarding and surgery costs, the bills are adding up, especially since the dogs still belong to their owners and can't be put up for adoption unless they're signed over to the shelter.
So we're rapidly closing in to, I would say at this point in time, $60,000 to $70,000. And this is just since January 25th.
She says people can help in several ways. Most helpful would be making a donation at the Beaver County Humane Society website, but volunteers and foster families can also help. David Colorado, News Radio KDKA.
Questions over the release of video in a fatal December 2025 incident involving 13-year-old Terrell Byers on Kennywood Boulevard sparked protests and angry comments at Tuesday's West Mifflin Borough Council meeting. Attorney Fred Rabner, representing Byers' mother, Naomi White, tells KDKA Radio the district attorney is not required to release the video because no lawsuit has been filed.
We could get impatient at some point and file a writ against the motorist and seek a subpoena to get it ourselves, which we may do. We're trying to let them work through the process and work hand in hand with them.
Rabner says if the investigation doesn't move forward, they plan to use civil subpoena power to obtain the video as well as other evidence. City Council is once again delaying action on creating a vehicle trust fund. That says the bill's sponsor, Bob Warwick, called for a delay now that Mayor O'Connor is set to reopen the budget. But Warwick says the issue is not going away, and creating a trust fund of at least $20 million a year is the best way of making sure that the state of the fleet is addressed, even if the restricted use prevents the money from being reallocated.
However, the trust fund is the only real option that council has to ensure that we are investing in whatever thing we as a body think that we should be investing in.
Jennifer Olsinger, who handles the fleet procurement, says even with $20 million dedicated each year to vehicles, it would still take 10 years to get the fleet to within its useful life cycle. Police have arrested a man accused of exposing himself at Riverview Park in Perry North. Last week, women told police a man in a vehicle approached them and asked for directions before exposing himself. 33-year-old Jonah Roby is charged with indecent exposure, open lewdness, and stalking in 4 separate incidents. Police say Roby is a registered sex offender in Texas. He was arrested on Tuesday. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 779 points, the Nasdaq down 311, the S&P 500 down 88 points. KDKA Sports, Sidney Crosby will be back after missing 11 games after suffering that lower body injury in the Olympics. The Penguins are in Carolina tonight to take on the Hurricane. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 4:03. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. Right now, it's cloudy and 36 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
All right, here we go. Representative Mandy Steele next. First, traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margot.
All right. Hey, Colin. Looking at some heavy traffic back up the Parkway West outbound, starting from 2nd Avenue as you try to head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also, both sides through the Liberty Tunnel are jammed on those northbound and southbound lanes, and continuing to see lanes jammed on the Parkway East outbound starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Intervals of clouds and sunshine for the rest of today with a high of 37. There'll be some flurries around during the late afternoon and early nighttime hours. Remaining cloudy later tonight, though 30 to 34. Plenty of clouds tomorrow, along with a shower in the afternoon, the high 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, let me welcome in Representative Mandy Steele to the show right now. Hi, Mandy. How are you?
Hi, Colin. I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. Why did I wake up today and then through the course of the morning get innumerable, it seems like, emails and correspondence saying Mandy Steele got the lights turned back on and the power back on at O'Hara Elementary. What happened and what's been going on there, Mandy?
Well, you know, Colin, we're getting hit with these storms that are big and widespread. They're becoming more and more frequent, and we're seeing people with extended power outages. It is my personal belief that when you are elected by people to represent you, you need to show up when there's an emergency. So, seeing people without power for multiple days, I feel it's my responsibility to get involved. Now, when I started making calls to Duquesne Light and said, hey, by the way, we've got one of our schools out, day 5, 800 kids. They said, Representative Steele, there's no school without power in your district. I said, yes, there is. And it turns out that it had not registered as a school in their system, even though our superintendent did everything right. It was an error that happened and resulted in an unfortunate situation for a lot of families.
Now, this is interesting because, Representative Steele, I remember last year we had the extended outage. You went right to Harrisburg, and you led the charge. And no matter where people are in terms of if they agree with you politically, disagree with you politically, you showed up. You were at the community center, you gathered people, and you went to Harrisburg, and you said, I want answers from Duquesne Light. I want to know the rationale, the justification, and how we can fix this. Is this starting to get behind us, and are you getting those answers, or where are you in the whole big picture of why the power goes out so much, the communication, and how we can make it more expeditious to get it back on?
Yeah, well, those are really important questions for all of us to be asking at this moment. Let me first say that the linemen who work for Duquesne Light, for Western Power, and who come to help us in emergencies from out of state are extraordinary. My gosh, look at the weather that they endured in these past few days. The big windstorm to begin, where they're working in dangerous conditions, and then to be hit with almost 4 inches of snow and an additional windstorm after that. And they were still out there night and day, 24/7. The people that work for Duquesne Light, who I know are good people. However, there are changes that need to be made. Now, Duquesne Light did make some refinements after the last big outage last spring, April and May. We had people without power calling for 15 days. And so they've made some improvements. But I went to Harrisburg and introduced legislation to dictate the study of burying strategically power lines. Okay, now in many places, burying power lines is going to be very difficult with our southwestern PA terrain, and it would be wildly expensive. But in some places, it may make sense. If we can get certain key spots underground, we may be able to shrink the size of outage and then get crews to respond in a more efficient way. So that's something that I'm focused on, keeping Duquesne Light focused on, and getting this studying this data so that we can really use this to change the game.
In the subcommittee or the panel sort of that you formed in Harrisburg, have people from the Duquesne Light side of it, the people who are the bosses there, the suits, the people kind of making decisions, have they been open to discussion, and have they been people who have been ready to come to the table and talk?
Yes. So my experience after the last big storm last year was that this was a group of people who were very willing to be collaborative, that they were looking to make changes to improve things the next time. And to some extent, they have done that. However, Colin, a school that educates 800 kids and they didn't know about it until I happened to see it on Facebook and then started making calls, that's a major flaw in the system. We had situations where I had police chiefs reaching out to me saying, we have an emergency here. I can't get a human on the phone at Duquesne Light. That is not acceptable. People in critical positions in our communities need to be able to reach a person when there is an emergency. We can't have wires down for 2, 3, 4 days, live wires down. That's not okay. Now, we live in a beautiful forested part of the state. Of course, when we get hit with a big storm, people are going to lose power for a while. I accept that, and I acknowledge that that is the reality. But live wires on the ground for 3 days, public schools closed without power for 5 days, people without power in some cases for 15 days as of last year. That is not acceptable, and so we've got to get them to do better.
Okay, so just as much as it's a getting people out on poles and in the field and fixing it, it feels like it's just as much of a communication issue. What have they done to make strides, or what can you do collaboratively to make strides to get information to them, for them to get information to you, and make it and bridge the communication gap?
You know, the electric providers try to give people an ETR, an estimated time of restoration. But what happens is that they're giving, in many cases, like a global ETR. So people are getting notification, hey, your power is going to be restored multiple days from now. Well, that that induces panic, or they're getting bad information. They'll go to the Duquesne Light website, for example, and it'll say there's no power outage in your neighborhood, yet you are without power. That causes anxiety and panic in people if they feel like the provider doesn't even know that they're without power. So Duquesne Light is in the process, it is my understanding, of trying to refine their communication, because from their perspective, that is the big obstacle. It's getting better and more targeted communication to people faster. I support them in that undertaking, but we need to see it now. It's time. It's been a while, and I want to see improved communication. It's not necessarily the job of the state rep to work for 5-6 days, drop everything, and be the go-between, her constituents and the electric provider. I'm happy to do that work, but the utility provider needs better communication themselves.
Last thing, are there still people in your in the area you represent without power now from the last storm?
Yes, there are. We've got a handful left. It is shrinking by the minute. I just got to make a couple of calls to some people that live not so far from me and say, hey, your power's going to be on here in a few minutes, and kind of celebrated with them. But yeah, there are still some, so I am still riding Duquesne Light. They got to get that power on before the sun sets and it gets freezing cold on these people again.
Mandy, I've told my audience this, and I'm going to tell you this straight up, and I've told this in full disclosure. You and I went to high school together, and there are certain things that we're never going to agree on politically, but I can't respect you anymore for going to bat for the people in your district, for getting things done, and for making sure that people listen to you. That's why people are elected. That's why officials their names are pulled in the ballot box. And I commend you for all the time standing up for the people who voted for you or didn't even vote for you, for the people you represent. You're to be commended for that, Mandy.
Well, thank you, Colin. And you know what? I bet there's a whole lot more that we agree on than we don't. And it's great to talk to you, my old classmate, and hear your voice on the radio. I'm glad you're out there.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks again, and we'll catch up soon.
Take care. Bye.
All righty. Mandy Steele, fantastic. She's getting it done. And look, people I'm one of them. We talk into this microphone. Duquesne Light, are they going to show up? People go on Facebook. Duquesne Light, are they going to show up? My power's out. She goes to Harrisburg. She goes to the bosses at Duquesne Light. She stands up for her people, and she's trying to, and she has gotten some answers. She's trying to get more, and I commend the heck out of her for holding their feet to the fire. Good on her. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Traffic, Margot. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Continuing to look at normal rush hour delays on those major roadways. Both sides of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked. The Parkway East outbound jammed from the Oakland on-ramp. Also looking at some congestion begin on 28 outbound starting from the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850 or biglou.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. As expected, the Federal Reserve today voted to make no change in interest rates because all the uncertainty around the war in Iran. Policymakers also maintaining their call for just one modest rate cut this entire year, just one in 2027. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell says if inflation does not cool down, do not expect rates to go down either. On Wall Street, stocks ending sharply lower with no change in rates. That war in Iran raging on, no sign of any let-up. Oil fluctuating up and down all day, and wholesale inflation spiking higher than expected last month, rising 3.4% from February of last year. All the major averages today down around 1.5%. The Dow tumbling 768 points. The Nasdaq down 327. The S&P lower by 91. And a new survey from Gallup and Monmouth University shows a growing number of American retirees are leaving the U.S., citing lower costs outside the country and less political division. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I was texting with somebody yesterday to that end, and I'll grab your calls in a minute, that said they're retiring to Belize. Not a bad deal. Costa Rica's like that, too. Not a bad deal. Wouldn't mind. He might catch me somewhere else. I don't know. There's like certain times I start looking on the internet and I have these dreams of where I'm going to be in 10 years, 15 years. Then other times I don't even know where I'm going to be in 12 minutes from now. It's odd how life works. It really is. Janice is in Penn Hills. Hi, Janice.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
This is the first time I heard your show. I just had to say that woman, Vicky, and the man that came after her are people that just, quite frankly, scare me. We have a term for women like Vicky. They're called awfuls, affluent, white, female, ugly liberals.
Ooh.
I'd like to know what Vicky would do if she were in a position where her life was being threatened. And calling you a Nazi is just so frightening that adults in this country have to go to that length rather than hearing what's happened to people. I mean, people being trafficked. It is just mind-boggling that they could stick up for out-and-out criminals. I just don't get it.
Well, here's the other part, and this is why I really don't get frazzled all that much. It's just kind of, I've heard it all before. Even if people aren't out-and-out criminals, even if they're not murderers, even if they're not people who are drug traffickers, the thing that's crazy is this, and this is the part that I keep going back to, Janice, is we have a way in which to emigrate to this country legally, so thus people who elect not to do it have already made a decision to do something without using the proper means, when so many people have used the proper means that it cheapens what they've done.
My husband was one of those people who used the proper means, and he loves this country. He says, where will the world be if we didn't have the United States? I mean, he absolutely loves this country. So, I mean, and he cannot stand illegal immigration because he went through the right means. So I don't get these people, and shame on them. And they need to go to these countries that they think that are so much better than ours, and it's just crazy.
It is. You've hit something. If you think that natural-born Americans, second, third, fourth, fifth, eighth generation Americans, are people that really have a say into illegal immigration, do yourself a favor. Find first-generation Americans and talk to them. Or people who are just here and haven't had a family yet and honestly are true first-generation Americans and became naturalized and did it the right way. Ask them how they feel about people in this country illegally. Do you know why? Just do it. Do yourself a favor and do that. It serves to undermine all the efforts, all the struggle, all the strife, all that they went through to do something the right way to better themselves. Talk to somebody like that, and you'll get a real, true, honest-to-goodness feel on this whole thing. All right, one tool that the city uses sometimes falls under scrutiny, and I'm here to tell you why I'll never believe why we should even debate it. I'll explain in just a little bit. Demand the yellow van. Yep, Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. When does Service Master Greater Pittsburgh respond? 24/7, 365. Cold weather can freeze pipes. Oh, and by the way, it's freezing cold again. Like terribly cold. So your pipes, we could be busting pipes here. Seriously, right here in Pittsburgh, PA. When they burst, the damage adds up fast. Homes or businesses, that can break, right? You call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Water emergencies, the Service Master is going to stop the damage. They're going to clean up the mess. They're going to get your property back to normal and fast. When winter hits you hard, and apparently it's hitting hard again these last couple days of winter, demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, number super easy to remember. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Margot's going to tell you about traffic. Aren't you now, Margot?
Yes, I am.
You have a big sweater on today for the last few days of winter, don't you?
Yeah, it's cold out.
I know, it's freezing. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, taking a look at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound. That's starting around 2nd Avenue as you make your way towards the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Beyond that, through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, you're going to continue to be backed up as you make your way towards Green Tree Hill. The Parkway East outbound is looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic there as well. Starting from Technology Drive as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And lanes are starting to build on 28 outbound. That's starting from the city as you head towards the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. The Hyundai Elantra SE is the perfect upgrade for your spring commute. And right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get 1.9% APR for up to 72 months or lease it for only $129 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South. On top of the hill.
Hey, this is Lisa. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions in Wexford. Blind shades, shutters, and draperies are my passion. Call me 724-933-5500, nestexpressions.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 33 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. With their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor, trust PJ.com. Police are investigating after a man was found shot multiple times in Fenway Alley and Marshall Shadeland Wednesday afternoon. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene. There are no suspects or arrests at this time. The investigation is ongoing. The Beaver County Humane Society is looking for donations to help cover the mounting boarding and medical costs for the 23 dogs that were seized from an Aliquippa home in January. The Humane Society's Olivia Miller says boarding costs alone are at least $20,000, and when you factor in medical and other costs, it's more than $60,000. Miller says because the animals were raised for fighting, they need a lot of care.
It's a complicated situation, but our staff here, they're doing a great job learning more about these dogs every single day so we can make sure that they're getting the care that they specifically need.
Miller says donations can be made at beavercountyhumanesociety.org. There appears to be some uncertainty about the future this year of a popular event in Tarentum. News Radio KDK's David Botterato has more.
Just a month ago, Tarentum Night Market released its 2026 dates, but now on social media there appears to be a lot of uncertainty as to whether those May, June, August, and October dates will happen. Tuesday night, the Tarentum Night Market posted on Facebook that the event would not be taking place at all this year due to scheduling conflicts and not being able to get approval from the borough. The borough, for its part, posted that it hasn't denied any event a permit, but rather that the organizers hadn't submitted an application. Now, Tarentum Night Market is posting that the issue is actually getting liability insurance coverage, saying the cost quoting presents a considerable financial burden. But their post ends with the hope that something can be done to move forward with the 2026 season. The borough manager released a statement to KDKA saying there is still time for them to submit an application, that they've actively worked with this committee in the past, and that he hopes the night market comes back either this year or in future years. David Botterato, News Radio KDKA.
The boards of Pittsburgh's Public Theater and CLO have voted to merge the companies. A message to supporters says that the CLO's 80th anniversary season will continue unchanged, and so will the Public Theater's season. Programming for the merged organization will begin in 2027. Pennsylvania's gambling revenue was up in February by just shy of 15% from last February. The Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board says February's gaming revenue for all forms of betting was $547 million. The net tax revenue, $236 million for the month. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 768 points, the Nasdaq down 327, the S&P 500 down 91 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. After suffering a lower body injury in the Olympics, Sidney Crosby will be back in a Penguin uniform tonight. He has missed 11 games since that Olympic break. Penguins in action tonight at Carolina to take on the Hurricanes. KDKA Radio News Time is 4:32. Our next update at 5. I'm Paul Alexander and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK Vacations.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
All right, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the northbound side of the Liberty Tunnel, and same story with the southbound side. The Parkway West outbound slows you down as you approach 2nd Avenue and try to head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East outbound, starting from the Oakland on-ramp as you head outbound on that route. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rather cloudy through the rest of this afternoon and not as cold with a couple of flurries, high 37. Still some flurries into early this evening, otherwise mostly cloudy, low 34. Clouds, maybe a stray rain shower tomorrow, high 52. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. The last full day of winter and March Madness begins. Did you fill out a bracket? Bill Hillgrove will help tomorrow at 8.
I can't wait to see Bill Hillgrove's bracket. Honestly, I wonder who he's got. Do you think he even fills out a bracket? Okay, how about this? Bill Hillgrove is 100% still a paper bracket guy. You ain't catching Bill Hillgrove doing the whole Hey, Bill, fill it out online. No, not happening with Mr. Hillgrove. Not a chance. One of these, yeah, here's the code, here's the username. Do it on your phone, Bill. That's just, he ain't doing that. No. Here's my paper bracket. I'll make a copy of it. You guys can input whatever you need to input. He's not taking the time to do that. He's not doing it on the computer. Just not happening. Anyhow, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Programming note, I'm out of here top of the hour. I have a very important meeting to get to at 6 o'clock. So Michael Bartley going to pinch hit. And then I guess Pirate Baseball's thereafter. And then he'll wait around, I guess, when that's over. I don't know. All I know is I'm out here at 5. And Michael's here. I've seen him in the building. And he texted me. So all is good. All right. Do you know what draws heavy criticism sometimes from a faction of the listening base and of our local populace here is Shot Spotter. Okay? Shot Spotter. And for reasons that I cannot figure out. I think it's a positive tool. I think it's a good thing. And I think it's saved lives. So I opened up my email today, and the city of Pittsburgh sends out all kinds of different media releases. So does the county, so does the state, so does the attorney general, all these places. So I clicked on one news release today, and the headline is Pittsburgh Bureau of Police investigates shooting in Homewood South. Okay? So when someone tries to validate Shot Spotter, the expenditure, they validate why it keeps communities safer, they validate why it's a good thing. I'm going to give you this example from today, and I'm going to read to you this press release. Then I want people to call me and tell me, those goofy people that have tried to tell me it's a negative thing, that it's still negative. Here's the text in the body of the news release from the city of Pittsburgh. At approximately 12:45 a.m., Pittsburgh Bureau of Police Zone 5 officers were dispatched to the 7200 block of Kelly Street in the Homewood South neighborhood for a single Shot Spotter alert totaling 4 rounds. Upon arrival, officers located an adult male victim in a nearby parking lot with a single gunshot wound to the abdomen. Pittsburgh Bureau of EMS paramedics administered a whole blood in the field transfusion and transported the victim, who was alert and conscious, to the hospital where he's listed in stable condition. The mobile crime unit responded to process the scene and recovered 2 shell casings. The investigation remains active and ongoing. That's sort of redundant. It could just be active. Anyhow, all that aside. So, Barb Warwick is one of these people who has said, and I cannot make this up, and there are other people who have said, Shot Spotter needs to be investigated because arrests have happened where the police have responded to Shot Spotter alerts, which is, and Shot Spotter, for those who don't know, is a mechanized system, whereas these sort of speaker-like things are put up in telephone poles, they kind of look like, and they sense whenever there are gunshots. And then it's an automatic 911 call and police are dispatched. All right, you got that? Barb Warwick, a city council person, city council woman, I'm allowed to say it, has said we need to reinvestigate Shot Spotter because people are getting arrested for crimes that don't involve actual shootings or shooting of a gun when police respond. I.e., police will respond, they'll see a couple guys fighting down the street and arrest them. I don't understand why that would be a bad thing, but she's at odds with that. People have also said that Shot Spotter is racist. I'm not kidding. I've read it all. I've seen it all. I've seen the complaints. Let me take you through this very instance here. It doesn't say anything about people calling 911. There was one Shot Spotter alert with 4 rounds. Some person was shot. Officers located that person because they were dispatched because of this. On top of that, this person was busted up so bad that they did a transfusion in the field, whole blood transfusion in the field, as the EMS was in the process of transporting this person to the hospital. This person then is going to, it looks like, live, because they're in stable condition, because of all that chain of events. Now, had the person passed out, had the person not been able to make a call, had the person not been able to alert authorities, they very well could have died. Follow me on this? This all chain of events happened because an alert was sent out, because ballistic activity was denoted by a system that picked it up, and 911 was alerted, and then bang, officer are on the scene. I want to challenge those people that are against this system in areas, especially where there's high crime or there's a propensity to be gunshots. Tell me exactly again, Barb Warwick, and anybody out there, how this is negative. This, essentially, you can draw a direct correlation and you can draw a direct line that this may have saved a life just last night. And I hear this nonsense from people that want to have this deep dive, that want to investigate. And look, I get the city's broke. But would you rather have a city that didn't have this? That's the part that is beyond me. It feels like some people, some of these politicians, Warwick leading the cause, just don't want things that can help them out. They kind of like want to create chaos. And this is a tool to help people that are already in a situation where it's tough. But why would we add another layer of having to alert authorities, particularly in a lot of communities where people are tight to talk to the police? I don't want to. They take that out of it too. This is a point-to-point dispatch. This isn't who snitched. It's not that at all. And so that happens in this instant. Yet, the last time we heard about ShotSpotter was Barb Warwick at a city council meeting, she doesn't yell and scream, campaigning for a deeper dive into this, and actually, we probably don't need to re-up our contract. Greg's in Mount Washington. Hi, Greg.
How you been, man?
I'm good,
Check
thank
it
you.
out. I don't think that's a racist move. If anything, that's an improvement to the community. If something bad is jumping out, just say somebody come to this shooting 15, 20 shots. The police should be notified of that. That's what's wrong with a lot of black communities now. There's not enough police in them. You know, it's a lot of things going on, and nobody wants to have them addressed. That's why a lot of our communities have gone bad in the black neighborhoods of the city of Pittsburgh, you know, and they'll keep getting bad. You know, the ShotSpotter helps out a whole lot. So if anybody's hollering out racist, that's wrong, man. That's for your protection. A lot of elderly black people, a lot of young black people have been shot, you know, from people missing somebody or doing something wrong.
Well, do me a favor, Greg. Do me a favor.
Racist.
Listen, I can't get anything done. Barb Warwick wants to take this away from the city. Call her office. Tell her about it.
No. She should not take that away, man. If she take that away, man, she's putting a lot of people in jeopardy, man.
You know who also says? Wait, honestly, County Council person Bethany Hallam says this is racist. She has said that.
Excuse me. It's racist. Just like I said, you can't take that away, man.
Tell them. I'm just somebody who's taking what has happened in meetings, the minutes of meetings, their words, and applying it to a real-life situation. And it's another case of people who are in meetings, who are on Grand Street, trying to tell the people in the field what's best for public safety. And they got no idea. They don't. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Thanks, Colin. Still looking at a rough commute home as you will be hitting your brake lights a lot, especially on the Parkway West outbound. Starting from 2nd Avenue, the Parkway East outbound starts your congestion around the Oakland on-ramp. Also looking at a few brake lights on 28 starting from the city as you head outbound, and both sides through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, it's Nan Cohen, and I'm talking Easter for Dorothy's Candies. It's all about the famed egg season with their fabulous flavors, like peanut butter, fruit and nut, mallow, fudge cream, and raspberry, to name a few. I'm so excited for you to see the Easter molds in Swiss, dark, white, and peanut butter. Remember, they also have sugar-free chocolates. Stop in the store or online at dorothy'scandies.com. I'm already filling my basket with their Carmelo eggs. One bite and you'll know. It's Dorothy's Candies. dorothy'scandies.com.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are family owned and customer focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team, experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead at what's going on with Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Calling the controversial new developments in the death of a teenage boy who was killed by a vehicle by Kennywood. Details. Top of the hour. right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, I just saw something on social media that is a great talk show topic, at least for a couple minutes here. Greg Finley, producer extraordinaire. He produces at all the stations. He's one of the smartest people I've ever been around in terms of retaining information. Like, he's super incredibly smart in terms of, like, sports stats or numbers, stuff like that, just remembering them. He just tweeted that a car in front of him with the "How's my driving?" call whatever, this phone number, didn't use his turn signal. Its turn signal, I should say. I don't want to assume the car's gender. And is a pretty horrendous driver overall. Should he call the number? Man, I don't think I would do it just for that. Just like not turn signal. Actually, it would take a lot. It would take somebody probably to crash into me. Or to be like visibly drunk. But have you ever called the "How's my driving?" And maybe the "How's my driving" numbers is set up in a trap anyway. I don't know of anybody who's called it. So if you call it, somebody might not even answer. I'm sure it's an answering service, but it might not even get back to the company. Also, if you know you have a "How's my driving" sticker on the company vehicle that you are, well, driving, would it really compel you to drive safer? Would it compel you to drive slower? Would it make you follow the rules? I don't know. I think if at the beginning, for like a little bit, you'd be pretty aware of it, cognizant of what's going on. I get this sticker, people can call. But then here's the thing. The plus minus has to be greater than, I don't know, 10% of people who just want to be jerks. And they're going to call anyway and just make something up. And there's no true way to kind of, hash all of that out. Is this person calling and making up a story? Or is the guy who's driving the car really a bad driver? The effective nature of those stickers. You know what? I think it's a psychological ploy. Now, the more I talk about it, it's a psychological ploy for the driver to think they have to drive better, and then they just drive better. And they drive safer. And they disregard all the calls they get from the people who would actually call anyway, because some people would call and just be an idiot and make something up about that car. I'm there. I've talked myself into this. Those stickers, "How's my driving?" are clearly a psychological ploy just to get the driver to drive safer. You know who's a safe driver? Michael Bartley. He's up next. He's going to take you through the last hour of the show. I got to get out of here. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Reports coming in for a vehicle fire on 79 southbound right before the 279 split, so that is causing some jammed lanes as you head towards that. The other major roadways are still looking at their normal rush hour delays, with heavy congestion backing up the Parkway West outbound starting from 2nd Avenue. And the Parkway East outbound, same story as the lanes are stacked from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss recipe disasters and how you fix them. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Rome Monument would like to ask everyone to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. $1 provides 3 meals to a neighbor in need. The Diagardi family is grateful for your support of their 4th-generation business. On behalf of the Rome Monument family, thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 36 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Police are investigating after a man was found shot multiple times in Fenway Alley in Marshall Shadeland Wednesday afternoon. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene. There are no suspects or arrests at this time. The investigation is ongoing. There are new developments in the death of a teen hit by a vehicle on Kennywood Boulevard in December 2025. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has that story.
Attorney Fred Rabner, representing Naomi White, the mother of Terrell Byers Jr., tells KDKA Radio witnesses said the vehicle that hit the teen appeared to be speeding.
That they were swinging around other vehicles. There's been other witness testimony that potentially they were racing on the highway, and we believe there might have been another vehicle involved.
And Attorney Rabner shared a new detail about the woman linked to Byers' death.
Doesn't appear to have insurance, which is shameful in and of itself for her and her husband. And if I have to sue them individually and take everything they own in life, I'll do that.
The fatal incident has sparked protests and angry residents demanding answers at last night's West Mifflin Borough Council meeting. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Beaver County Humane Society is asking for the public's help as bills continue to mount as it cares for 23 dogs seized back in January. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has the latest.
The 23 dogs were seized after they were spotted in the cold during the January blizzard. The owners, accused of breeding the dogs for fights, are facing 175 charges. Olivia Miller of the Humane Society says between boarding and surgery costs, the bills are adding up, especially since the dogs still belong to their owners and can't be put up for adoption unless they're signed over to the shelter.
So we're rapidly closing in to, I would say at this point in time, $60,000 to $70,000. And this is just since January 25th.
She says people can help in several ways. Most helpful would be making a donation at the Beaver County Humane Society website, but volunteers and foster families can also help. David Colorado, News Radio KDKA.
Police have arrested a man accused of exposing himself at Riverview Park in Perry North. Last week, women told police a man in a vehicle approached them and asked for directions before exposing himself. 33-year-old Jonah Roby is charged with indecent exposure, open lewdness, and stalking in 4 incidents. Police say Roby is a registered sex offender in Texas. He was arrested on Tuesday. City Council member Deb Gross is raising concerns about technology the city uses and what happens with the information it gathers. Gross raised the issue today before council approved spending close to $3,000 on plate readers. That's after she learned the information gathered by the technology could be turned over to outside agencies. Well, that does not include federal law enforcement. She is concerned about data harvesting.
So I am working on legislation with the administration and with IMP about kind of updating what we have that's currently in the books and also raising awareness about these kinds of technologies.
She says she wants the city to be forthright about what it's doing with the information it collects. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 668 points. The NASDAQ down 327. The S&P 500 down 91 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Penguins will have Sidney Crosby back in the lineup tonight when they take on the Carolina Hurricanes in Carolina. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Sid has missed the last 11 games with that lower body injury suffered during the Olympic Games. KDK Radio News Time, 5:03. Right now, cloudy and 36 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain had started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer, out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
Larry Richard for Specialty Window and Door. Owner Rick Fish and his experienced local crew have been installing windows and doors since 1980. I know firsthand the great work of the local craftsmen at Specialty Window and Door. They installed the windows at my son's home and the front door. Vinyl, fiberglass, wood, custom solutions designed for your home. If you want real experts, not general contractors, go with the name that's built on one specialty. Specialty Window and Door. Visit specialtywindowanddoor.com.
Well, hello. It is 5:05 on a Wednesday evening. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, is there a lot of traffic. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here is my buddy Margot.
All right, thanks, Michael. Crews are responding to a vehicle fire on 79 southbound. That's right before the 279 split, causing traffic to back you up all the way towards the 76 split. So your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route is to take the exit towards Route 19 to head southbound that way. Looking at the other major roadways, the Parkway West outbound, bumper to bumper, traffic continues from 2nd Avenue. Also looking at brake lights on the Parkway East outbound, starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a couple of flurries around early this evening, otherwise mainly cloudy. We'll get down to 34 tonight. It will be cloudy with a stray shower tomorrow, high 52. An early shower tomorrow night, otherwise partly to mostly cloudy, low 36. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. It is 5:07 on Wednesday evening. We're going to check in with Margot. Don't worry. Traffic on the fives because it's major traffic going on out there. Michael Bartley in for Colin Dunlap in this last hour of his program. So let me just tell you what's going on. I'll be here till 6 o'clock, so 866-391-1020. And then the Buccos are on right here, live right here, 6 o'clock. So I'll probably be back on at 8:30. That's what happened last week. Those Bucco games, but it's amazing how fast the games go now with that pitch clock and everything. So enjoy, sit back and enjoy the Buccos. And then I'll be back 8:30 till 10 o'clock tonight. All right? So, look, I wanted to I was shell-shocked today. Shell-shocked. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. And I looked up the quote that I read yesterday. I didn't give it any thought. It was an airline executive who was saying, and I it had to be either the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times. I read both every day. And I looked up the quote, and he said, it's not a matter of if airfares skyrocket, but when and how long. Well, the when is now. How long, I want to know. I'll tell you how I know the when is now. I went online today to get to a great-nephew's graduation party at the end of May. And then I have a trip in June and starting to plan summer trips and stuff. Aren't you? Aren't you? Okay, excuse me. I'm sorry, but I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how high the airfare was to Tampa. I never paid that much from Pittsburgh to Tampa. Never. And it's right now spring break is going on and people are very bent out of shape. The airports are a nightmare, and that has political connections. The TSA agents, 300 of them quit. Thousands of them have been calling in sick, all that type stuff, and you're waiting in an airport for 4 hours. They want you to get there 3 hours ahead of time instead of 2 hours like they always say. Now they want you there 3 hours. You could be in the TSA line for 3 to 4 hours. And then I go online to get this airfare ticket. I couldn't believe it. The average airline ticket since this Iran war, the average has increased 30%. Some routes have seen price jumps of 100% in airfare cost. So the conflict in Iran definitely has triggered the spike in oil prices, and it's leading to higher jet fuel. And that seems undisputed. There's also because of rerouting, rescheduling because of security concerns and airspace restrictions. Some of the airlines they're being forced to take longer routes, which also goes into the price of your ticket. Cap that off with, there's strong demand for spring break travel right now. But the thing is this, my trip's more than 2 months away. I couldn't believe it. More than 2 months away. You got to be kidding me. And then I was thinking, driving in here today, look, this is the end of March. This is the high season for planning. I mean, I'm sure I'll drive to Rehoboth again, and because I love it, I do it every year. But a lot of you with families, you want to go to California, you want to go to anywhere you want. I mean, we drive to the shore from the Berg. We drive. I don't fly to the beach. People even drive I've never been to the Outer Banks. I know that's a Pittsburgh thing, but I've never been there. And I hear it's wonderful and people love it. I go 6.5 hours to Rehoboth and Bethany. But people love flying over the summer and into the fall. But this airfare from here to Tampa at the end of May, it's just 2 months away. So I guess they're forecasting these in that executive's statement. It's not a matter of if airfares skyrocket, but when and if. We know the when. It's now because I couldn't believe it. Go ahead. Go online. I dare you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go online. Check them out. Check out the airfares. But how long? I know that's going to be a matter of, the Iran war, the Strait of Hormuz, and now this major friction today over Iran threatening to strike oil properties in Qatar and other places. I just couldn't believe it. I wonder what you're going to do. Do you just buy your airfares now and just do it, or what do you do? I don't know. This doesn't seem like this is going to be. And what did President Trump? Well, I'm not big on him, as you know. And what did he say yesterday? He said, "quote, once the war is over, and it's going to be over soon, the oil prices will drop like a rock." Whatever that means. I know what it means, but that, he's all hyperbole. We know. So I just take it with a grain of salt. And am I getting used to him? No. Will I ever? No. I know his folks love and whatever he says is gospel. Not for me. And not for a lot of you. I'm just saying. People are planning their summer vacations. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe the airfare I saw today. Go ahead. Go try it. Go try it. You'll see. You'll see. Depends on where you're going, I guess. Different factors involved. But jet fuel is the airlines are saying they're paying hundreds of millions of dollars more. And this is another direct quote. Another one. That 4 days ago, they paid $250 a gallon for jet fuel. I'm sorry, a week ago. Today, they paid $3.93. So don't tell me it's not real. All right, it's 5:15 Wednesday night. It's very traffic-y out there. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hey, Michael. Looking at the major roadways, an earlier vehicle fire is causing some residual delays on 79 southbound from the 76 split, but it has mostly been cleaned up, so it is only closing the shoulder on that route. That was right before the 279 split. The other major roadways, looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Both lanes of the Parkway West are stacked around Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability. The 2026 Hyundai Kona SE all-wheel drive. Lease it now for only $229 per month. Only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year, with $2,999 due at signing, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
It is Truck Month. Get to Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, what a time it is. So, you want an F-150, you want a Ranger, you want to see yourself in one of those great trucks. All those great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And for this Truck Month, spoil yourself. Go get a truck. You can check it all out online at schultzford.com. Gigantic inventory right now, so get there. schultzford.com.
It's Marty. I'm here with Harold Shepley. I'll tell you why I reached out to him and how we met. I noticed that you help people. It's kind of your instinct, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I feel called. I feel that helping people with their finances is my calling in life.
And check this out. You were bankrupt once.
I did. I've lived through this. I've walked through it, and I got treated like absolute garbage, and I felt that no one else should ever have to feel that bad ever again.
Folks, this is the real deal. ShepleyLaw.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 6 o'clock news. Paul Alexander's in the newsroom.
Michael, the costs are running up for some dogs in the Beaver County Humane Society. They're looking for your help. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular gas hit $3.84 today, the most since 2023, up 86 cents since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. That was just on February 28th. The Federal Reserve today voted to leave its benchmark lending rate unchanged, blaming the increased uncertainty from that war. It even raised its outlook for inflation this year to 2.7%. That did not sit well with Wall Street, which ended sharply lower on jitters about the war in Iran, and after seeing wholesale inflation shoot up by 3.4% last month year over year. That was before the war even started. All the major averages today down about 1.5%. The Dow lost 768 points. The Nasdaq fell 327. The S&P lost 91. And Netflix planning a K-pop Demon Hunters world tour with live performances of its chart-topping hit songs from the film in dozens of cities. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Wow, that tidbit you just heard from CBS Radio News. Price of gas up 86 cents since the Iran war began. Yep. It matters. It matters to a lot of us, not the Trump supporters. That only mattered when high gas prices only mattered when Biden was in. Doesn't matter if Trump is in. Yeah, you heard me. All right, let's go. Ed in Cannonsburg. Ed, you're on KDK. Hi, Ed.
Hey, Michael. How you doing?
I'm okay. Didn't you work for the airlines?
Good. Yes, I worked about 40 years, 34 with American U.S. Air. Yeah.
And so I was mad today when I looked at these airfares. I couldn't believe it. I guess you're not surprised.
I'm not surprised. That happens with the fuel prices going up. The thing that gets me is TSA. One of the most important people that the airlines need, and with them not being paid, and they're calling off and quitting, you need them.
And I blame Republicans and Democrats for that. I know they're going to throw the stone at one party, but guess what? Just get it together and pay them. That's stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
I believe it. I've been to class about terrorists and anything getting by and things that we had to do, risk our lives if we saw someone get into the airplane or anything like that. You can't mess around with this anymore.
No.
And they're taking chances.
And people get mad when you have to wait. They wait in line for 4 hours or more. People are laying. They're sleeping in airports right now, and Capitol Hill's not getting the message. Let's go.
People are going to be getting mad. They're going to be screaming, and I've seen it. I've seen it at airports where people are falling on the ground, screaming and everything if they miss their flight because they're late, just because they had to wait in line. It's not going to get any better until they hire more of these people back or do something, because it's ridiculous.
I think it is too. I do. I think it is too. And I think I don't care what political label is on a politician. Just get it together and get that done. Just get it done. I know, and neither side is giving in. Somebody, because compromise is a bad word, but you know what? That's one thing that is complicating this. And then the exorbitant airfares that have happened in the last two. I didn't realize it till today, Ed. I didn't.
Yeah, we bought tickets to go to Florida a couple of months ago. So
yeah, well, I'll tell you what. If you got them today, there'd be $250 each more to add on.
That's ridiculous.
Believe it. It's crazy. Ed, listen, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I really do. Have a great night. Don't forget, I'll be the Buccos are on at 6 o'clock, but you have time to give me a call. The Buccos are on at 6. And then I'll be back after the game at 8:30, all right? So it is now 5:25, and we got to get over to Margot for traffic because we have some situations. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Continuing to look at some leftover congestion on 79 southbound because of an accident. Well, a vehicle fire that closed the shoulder. So that is going to start around the 76 split, but it is not as bad as it was earlier. The other major roadways, taking a look at them, looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound starting from 2nd Avenue. The Parkway West inbound slows you down a bit through Robinson Town Center. And the Parkway East outbound continues with its delays starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare, Bean burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Time for more of those magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Hershey's deviled crabs are 2 for $3. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries 1-pound packages 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles are 4 for $16.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Isley's has been a part of family traditions for generations, from famous chip-chopped ham to classic ice cream. These products still remain to be family favorites. We are proud to announce the opening of our Isley store this summer in Pittsburgh's historic Strip District at 2111 Penn Avenue. Stop in and enjoy all of your favorites. We look forward to seeing you. Isley's request that you consider joining them and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in raising much-needed funds for our neighbors in need.
When the paycheck stops, the planning starts. Retirement isn't about a number. It's about income that lasts through every stage of life. Secure Money Advisors focuses on building retirement strategies around income, tax efficiency, healthcare planning, and legacy protection, all working together in one coordinated plan. Claim a complimentary copy of your book today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 36 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. Drivers across southwestern Pennsylvania are feeling new pain at the pump as gas prices surge to just shy of $4 a gallon. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has that story.
Gas prices jumped Tuesday across the Pittsburgh region, with AAA reporting the average price for regular fuel now sitting at nearly $3.80 a gallon, up sharply from just a month ago. AAA East Central says the increase is tied to rising global oil prices fueled by the escalating conflict involving Iran. Because crude oil makes up more than half the cost of gasoline, disruptions in key shipping routes like the Strait of Hormuz are sending ripple effects worldwide. Oil prices have climbed roughly $26 per barrel since late February, driving steady increases locally. Allegheny County now ranks among the highest gas price areas in Pennsylvania, and analysts warn prices could continue climbing if global tensions persist. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Beaver County Humane Society is looking for donations to help cover the mounting boarding and medical costs for 23 dogs that were seized from an Aliquippa home in January. Humane Society's Olivia Miller says Boarding costs alone are at least $20,000, and when you factor in the medical cost, it's more than $60,000. Miller says because the animals were trained for fighting, they need a lot of care.
It's a complicated situation, but our staff here, they're doing a great job learning more about these dogs every single day so we can make sure that they're getting the care that they specifically need.
Miller says donations can be made at beavercountyhumanesociety.org. City Council votes to postpone talk on creating a vehicle trust fund, but the bill's prime supporter says it's not going away. News Radio KDKA's David Botterato has more.
Councilmember Barb Warwick called for delaying action on creating a trust fund for at least 6 weeks. That's so the budget reopening process the mayor announced last week can move forward. But Warwick says the state of the fleet is so bad that the city controller pointed out that in some cases, the city spends more on repairs than the vehicles initially cost.
This is not like a blame game. This is, Mayor O'Connor is new, right? So this has fallen in his lap. However, he is the mayor, and it is this administration's job to solve this problem, right? And it is also our job.
Warwick says creating a trust fund is the best way of addressing the issue so the money can't be shuffled into other budgetary needs. Coincidentally, council gave its okay in that same meeting to a $6,300 repair bill for City Police Durango. David Botterato, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 768 points, the Nasdaq down 327, the S&P 500 down 91 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Penguins in action tonight, and they have their captain back. Sidney Crosby, who had missed the last 11 games after the lower body injury suffered in the Olympic Games. He'll be back in action tonight when the Penguins go to Carolina to take on the Hurricanes. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. Our next update after Bucko Baseball. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh, Paul Alexander.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats, looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
5:35, traffic on the fives during the 5 o'clock hour. Don't you worry. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it is KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Margot and get an update. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hey, Michael. Looking at some stalled lanes on the Parkway West outbound starting from 2nd Avenue. Also, after the Fort Pitt Tunnel, both lanes of the Parkway West are stacked around Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper. That is starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Still a couple of flurries around early tonight, otherwise mainly cloudy, low 34. Clouds at a stray shower tomorrow, high 52, and then cloudy and warmer Friday with a couple of afternoon showers, high up to 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. The last full day of winter and March Madness begins. Did you fill out a bracket? Bill Hillgrove will help tomorrow at 8.
I filled out a bracket. You better believe it. I'll be listening, Larry, tomorrow at Larry and Bill Hillgrove. Don't you worry. Michael Bartley in for Colin just in his last hour here. He had to be do some family stuff tonight. So, and I'm getting quite a few texts after I'm lamenting and I'm bent out of shape about what the airfares that I saw online today for a trip in late May. And if it's 2 months away, aren't these prices going to transfer or translate into summer when everyone's on vacation and the kids are out of school and you want to fly somewhere? It's crazy stuff. And I'm sure a lot of you think it's unnecessary. And then that CBS News tidbit there about gas price for your car is up 86 cents since this Iran war started. So I only have till 6 o'clock here, and then the Pirates are on from 6 to I guess about 8:30, maybe earlier, and then I'll pick it up. And you know what I'm going to be talking about then? What will undoubtedly be the lead story on all your national newscasts tonight and the headlines in the paper tomorrow. And this is directly related to what I'm talking about with these airfares and the price of jet fuel skyrocketing. It's insane. No wonder people are mad. So the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified on the Hill today. Yeah. In the Senate Intelligence Committee. So she declined to say if Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States. Oh, I bet she's in the woodshed tonight over there in Trump's office. I bet she's getting spanked. She declined to say if Iran's nuclear program presented an imminent threat. She deflected questions from the senators about whether U.S. intelligence backed up White House statements on the rationale for starting the war. They can't get their stories straight. And I'm sorry. A week ago, I said they can't get their lies straight, and I stick by it. So Gabbard testified today, and it came, what it was, a day or two, that her top deputy, the second in charge at National Intelligence, a guy named Joe Kent, he resigned in protest over the Iran war, saying that the Tehran regime posed no imminent threat and the joint U.S.-Israeli air campaign was unnecessary. Unnecessary. The President of the United States yesterday, when sitting there, and I watched it live because I that's a tradition. I like to watch the President of the United States, no matter who it is, have the Taoiseach from Ireland. The Taoiseach's equivalent to the Prime Minister type thing, first of all, they asked Donald Trump a question that the President of Ireland, who was not the guy sitting next to him, said that his war with Iran was unnecessary, and President Trump said, "I don't know him," and it's a her. It's a her. So, all right, that's fine. That's fine. But anyway, they asked him about this guy Joe Kent, and Trump said he was weak. The typical Trump thing, when he doesn't know what to say, he just goes on the attack. He said he was weak. Well, then why did you have him the second in charge of national intelligence? And now I'm sure Gabbard's in trouble. That guy Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard, they're both military veterans. And they had political common ground over their opposition to foreign military interventions and regime change wars like Iraq and Afghanistan. They agreed on that. And Tulsi Gabbard, to her credit, has not publicly endorsed the decision to go to war, staying mostly silent on the United States-Israeli air campaign that began on February 28th. It's the third week into this war, with really no clear end in sight, and it seems it becomes more complicated by the day. It does. It really does. I bring this up because the conflict, what I'm talking about, wait till you see airfares now. The conflict, of course, has triggered a spike in gas prices. And Tulsi Gabbard's reluctance to offer a full-throated endorsement of the president's decision to wage war in Iran, unlike other cabinet officials, it raised fresh questions about her standing in the administration's, oh, she's getting spanked right now. Believe it. Believe it. In her opening statement, Gabbard omitted language included in her written remarks, saying that Iran had not tried to rebuild its uranium enrichment capacity. By the way, President Trump keeps saying that we obliterated their capacity. Then what are we going after here? What does the word obliterated mean to you? Yeah, obliterated. It was obliterated. That's what he says. I don't know what to pick up and what not to pick up from him. I just don't. I just never do. And I've asked some of my viewers, my callers, who are Trumpers, who I love talking to. That's not the point. I love talking to you guys. Love it. And I have to ask you to translate for me, because I never know what the hell he's talking about. But the fact of the matter is this. The fact of the matter is this. Wait till you see when you're planning airfares for your family for your summer vacation. You might back off. You might be driving to Rehoboth with me. You might be driving up to Lake Erie with me. It's going to be so expensive. And I'll say I'm wrong. I'll say I'm wrong if I am. All right, we're going to hit traffic right now. Let's go to PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, thanks, Michael. Seeing some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West inbound around the 79 interchange, and then it restarts around the middle of Green Tree Hill. And also continuing to look at delays back you up on the Parkway West outbound starting from 2nd Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's the power of Bowser.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. The Hyundai Elantra SE is the perfect upgrade for your spring commute. And right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get 1.9% APR for up to 72 months or lease it for only $129 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South. On top of the hill.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. You know, every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home. They lost their house, they lost all their money, and they are in trouble. And that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200, or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Lendseek.
Meta may be adding a smartwatch to its device offerings. The information reports that the Facebook and Instagram parent is developing a watch that's codenamed Malibu 2 and will include a built-in Meta AI assistant and have health tracking features. Meta previously shelved its smartwatch plans 5 years ago, but is now expected to take on Apple with its new device later this year. I'm Jason Brooks.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to Lendseek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Lendseek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
I'm feeling the taste of a chocolate-covered peanut butter egg, potato chip egg, caramel pecan egg. Oh, wait, maybe a fruit and nut egg. Now that I have your attention, hi, it's Nan Cohen for Dorothy's Candies. When it comes to the Easter holiday, it has to be Dorothy's. Visit the store in White Oak, shop online at dorothyscandies.com, or call 412-678-2723. One bite, and you'll know it's Dorothy's Candies. dorothyscandies.com.
Okay, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the stories we are staying on top of. Paul.
Well, Michael, thank you very much. The mayor has a big job ahead, getting that budget right. Details coming up throughout the night, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, last quick segment. Michael Bartley in for Colin until 6 o'clock, and then the Pirates, the Buccos are on live from Bradenton. I guess probably till about 8:15, 8:30. We'll see what happens there, okay? And then I'll be back at 8:30 and we'll pick up our topics. Let me sneak in one last quick phone call. Sam in South Park. Sam, you're on KDK. Go ahead, Sam.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Hey, so I agree with you we need to know what obliterated means, because if the Trump administration obliterated the so-called weapons of mass destruction from Iran over there last summer, how is it that they were able to get all of these weapons under the Trump administration watch?
Yeah, and that's short of a time. Obliterated means obliterated.
Right, exactly. And make sure we all understand that why we're in this war. To quote or to paraphrase Marco Rubio, we are in this war because of Israel. We would not have gone in there if Israel did not decide to attack Iran, but they decided to, or they were going to, and so to prevent that from happening, because we knew that Iran was going to attack us, we attacked them. So this is all because of Israel that our gas prices are going up, our food prices are going up, fertilizer prices are going up, airfare prices are going up, everything is going up.
And our kids are in harm's way. Several have been killed.
I agree. And you know what's interesting, right? My whole adult life, I'm in my 40s, my whole adult life, and even before then, because I'm sure it's been said before that, I've been told Israel is our number one ally in the region, and we have to support them left and right. Yet, when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years, they sent 0 troops, 0. And now we already have 13 dead. And they're sending 5,000. Colin himself said that would be a red line if Trump sends troops. Well, now they're sending 5,000. I hope Colin goes and talks to his kids and recommends them for joining up for the military, because otherwise he has no dog in the bite.
Sam, I wish we had more time. I'm sorry about that. I got to go because we have the Buccos coming up here. I'll pick this all up after the game, probably 8:15, 8:30. No, that Joe Kent, listen, he's the one that got the headlines. He said Iran posed no imminent threat. He was second in charge. And now, today, Tulsi Gabbard declined to say if Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States. She's probably in trouble in the Oval Office right now. All right, I will see you after the Pirate game, okay? I'm thinking 8:15, 8:30. We will pick up this conversation right then. In the meantime, it's 5:55 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, thank you, Michael. Looking at the major roadways, seeing congestion all throughout the city as we are in the back end of rush hour. Looking at some brake lights on 79 southbound right before the 279 split. That's because of an earlier vehicle fire right around there. Nothing that will back you up too much, just something to know if you're traveling on that route. The Parkway West outbound is brake lights. Those are starting around 2nd Avenue, making your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel up towards Green Tree Hill. Green Tree Hill is also where congestion starts on the Parkway West inbound as you try to make your way towards the Banksville interchange towards the city via the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Both sides through the Liberty Tunnel are also bumper to bumper as you try to make your commute home. That's on the southbound side and the northbound side. Also, the southbound side looking at a few brake lights around 579 as you head towards the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound, the delays start around the Oakland on-ramp as they have been most of this rush hour as you try to leave the city via the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. A tiny bit of brake lights on that inbound side right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel as well. Also, just something to know, a few brake lights also on 28 outbound as you try to leave the city and on the southbound side of the West End Bridge. Looking at just a few more brake lights also on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us, at home, at school, at